I just see in chat now, Mormon Shaggy says fraud is base. So maybe he's actually just talking about hiding assets for the main church.
No, it's not so base, Shaggy. That's why I say, like, Shaggy is very red-pilled, but Shaggy isn't based. You know, I used to find myself wanting to say Shaggy is based and red-pilled. But Shaggy is very red-pilled, but I struggle to say he's based when he says things like that. It's not very down-to-earth, Shaggy. On that note, what do you think about having Shaggy on as the new co-host? If we don't hear
I think that'd be a great idea.
Yeah.
I think that'd be an excellent idea. He should jump in chat now and sort of explain what he means by this Mormon thing that we've been discussing for the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, Shaggy, if you're free, hop in the Discord server and hop in like the confessional or in queue or something, and I'll bring you in. Maybe the confessional is the place where you need to start, Shaggy.
Well, I mean, we all know there's a few things he needs to repent for, but I mean, who doesn't have stuff they need to repent for? You know, Shaggy can be brought back onto the right path.
Yeah. No, that is very true.
Now, did that do it?
You're with us, Shaggy. We have defeated the 4-letter agency blocker signals.
Thank the gods of Kolab and the Lord above.
Ground.
Anyway, huh?
I was gonna say, ground control to planet Kolab. You know that one?
Yeah. We're finally receiving you up here on planet Kolab.
Back to Earth from Kolab.
Yeah, what's up, guys?
Well, I was just wondering if you could clarify that comment you made in the YouTube chat about hiding your assets from the government. Is that meant to be like hiding your assets from taxes, or is it?
Okay. Like when the Jews were marched off to Babylon, it was totally fine for them to like hide their fucking assets from the government, which was already pillaging them and shit. And for example, right now, I don't want to pay for having some child's balls chopped off by his like tranny worshipping parents, and I don't think Jesus wants me to pay for that. So if that becomes like a tax related thing, and there's all sorts of shit like that on the books here in California. No, I don't think it's immoral to hide like money that you could use to feed your children or arm yourself from a government that's openly serving the devil. I don't see a problem with that.
Well, you know, I think where the flaw in that is, Shaggy, is that Caesar was also very wicked at the time of Christ. When Christ said to render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. The Christians at that time...
Caesar, yeah, but I mean, I don't disagree with righteous taxes. I don't mind paying to have a road built or something, right? It's when the taxes start going to pay for fucked up shit that you know is unchristian to begin with. That's basically, you know, supporting a warlord at that point in my mind. Well, I mean, remember that in my mind, the righteous government of Deseret was slaughtered along with Joseph Smith. So this whole thing is fucked from the get-go.
Well, do you think that the taxes paid to Caesar were all for righteous causes?
You know, Rome was not, at that stage, an evil nation, and I had to imagine that, well, I mean, it wasn't evil by the standards of the time. There were far worse nations than Rome. In fact, to that degree, people wanted to be Roman citizens. It was said that a slave in Rome had a better life than a free man in Germania, and for a long time that was true. Rome really was a good place to live by the standards of the time. I think what...
yeah, but does that mean that all the taxes that you paid to Caesar went to righteous Christian causes?
They went to Caesar, and what he did with them, but it's not Caesar collecting the taxes these day and age. If it was pay unto the president what belongs to the president, well, okay, but it's not the president collecting the taxes. The taxes are directly being collected for causes. And the causes that they're being collected for are often unrighteous.
Yeah, I think you're right, but I think also, like, if we read Romans 13, it says that we're not actually supposed to rise up against the tyrannical government, because the reason the tyrannical government has been installed into power is because the people have become wicked. And the tyrannical government punishes the wicked people and will actually sort of destroy them so we can build anew as Christians, right? And that's sort of how I interpret that the taxes we pay that go to wicked causes are actually going to lead to the destruction of our country around us. And after that, we can rebuild a Christian nation, and the secular nation will be destroyed, and we will rebuild as a Christian nation. And I think that's actually what we see with the the Babylonian conquest, and that's why I say that it isn't really an excuse that the some of the taxes go to unrighteous causes, not to pay your taxes.
Well, I mean, I again, being a Mormon, I would cite Joseph Smith and many other leaders who very much did hide resources for various reasons. I mean, I don't know, like, you have to believe in Joseph Smith, but at various times, resources were hidden away. Even to this day, the Latter-day Saints makes a big deal about hiding just how much money it has in store for a disaster.
Well, to me, you see, because Jesus says to pay your taxes, and to render on Caesar's what's Caesar's, that would indicate me that Joseph Smith wasn't actually a righteous man because he was hiding assets from the government to avoid taxes. That goes against the teachings of Christ, right?
Oh, sorry, you guys over.
There's many things Joseph Smith did in life that were blatantly unrighteous. Supposedly he was raving drunk when when the gunfight in which he was killed broke out, just due to the fact that he had just received word that his daughter had died. He was not having a very good time in there. But he also said the only righteous man was Christ.
Yes.
Trying to be completely perfect, some men, I will say this, some men do better when they abide by the book strictly, whatever the rules may be, they get along well. I've always been the sort who, by my own nature, I don't tend, when I try and do things that way, it doesn't work well for me. So, I mean, if I was to hide assets or something like that, I wouldn't do it unless I thought God wanted me to do it, but by the same token, I can see many instances where God would be, in my mind, completely fine with me hiding resources away to provide for my children rather than to provide for someone else to mutilate their children. Or something like that. I'm not saying that. There's currently no such literal law on the books that I know of where the money is being spent on that. But, the Biden administration, for example, I typically support the troops. I normally support the troops, but if there's a war with Russia, my opinion is if you're going to spill your blood for Biden, just remember what happened to Ashley Babbitt. Just remember that they deliberately selected her out like a cow for slaughter. Why would you, I'd have to call anyone, regardless of how an effective soldier they may be, no matter how much they love their nation, no matter how honorable they as individuals are, I'd have to question the intelligence of anyone who would knowingly die for the Biden administration, unless they were the most brainwashed of leftists.
Well, and to play devil's advocate, I guess that the, in the Babylonian conquest, I forget exactly which prophet. I want to say Jeremiah was told to tell the people to side with the Babylonians, and
to be good Babylonian citizens, to assimilate and not basically be a bunch of illegal Mexicans.
But if they supported their own side, they would be felted. So that is an example. If you were to say that it's similar between the States and Russia, where it might not be righteous to support your own side, but to go against Russia. But I think that's very lawyerly. I say that to play devil's advocate. I think it's probably not quite correct to say that conflict between Russia and the States is the same as conflict between Judah and Babylon. I think these are probably contextually two very different things.
I would also note that that here's something you need to understand about the Bible. It is the writings of Jewish people who are not Christian, as reinterpreted by the Romans, who they were attempting to be Christian, but it took them a while to get anywhere near. At first they were just Christ worshiping pagans, which is better than not worshiping Christ at all, but still. So in regards to what it said in the Old Testament, Christ often contradicts and even rebukes what is written there, because the Bible, even the Book of Mormon, all scripture is inherently flawed, because the true language of God is truth. God doesn't really communicate through sound when he really needs to. He communicates through pure knowledge. So, I mean, I would honestly say that be careful with going to the Old Testament, because like with the Babylonians with the Jews who sided with the Babylonians in order to survive, Christians clearly did not do that. They were willing to throw themselves to lions in order to, and even Mormons will not deny Christ. That's one thing we will not lie about. There is a very different tradition found in the Old Testament, and Jews even today are willing to lie about what they are in order to defeat their enemies. We are willing to lie about certain things in the Latter-day Saints, but not about our covenant with our Lord.
I don't know where I would disagree with that, Shaggy. The Bible is 100% accurate and 100% pure God's word. I do honestly believe that the Bible is infallible, and I don't think the Bible contradicts itself in any way. You say that it contradicts. Jesus contradicts the old law, but Jesus actually fulfilled the old law, and I think that in the proper context there is no contradiction or anything like this. But it is completely infallible. I'd love for you to point me out where it does actually contradict itself. Because, like I said, I'm not a learned scholar, and I'm very open to criticize my own beliefs. But I've never seen a contradiction in the Bible, and I think it's 100% infallible.
All right. So my point there, and again. There's arguments that the Bible contradicts itself, but that's not relevant to me, and I'll explain why. You see, it's really not about whether God was being honest when he spoke to the prophets. That's undeniable. Of course God was speaking the truth to his prophets. The question is, how well did those prophets write that shit down, and then how accurately was that recorded by those whom it was passed down to? I have a strong sense of doubt within me that writing that old, where it contradicts itself, it quotes books that are not in the Bible. The Bible references books that aren't in there because they've been lost. The Bible isn't even complete. There's missing pieces of the Bible because it's a compilation of ancient scriptures.
Yeah, but it's not contradicting itself there. Like an example of that is like in the Book of Kings, where it quotes the books that gave the historical record of the kings of Israel, and it draws knowledge from there, right? Like that's a reference to a book that's extra biblical as we have the Bible, but that doesn't mean the Bible contradicts itself. Like that's just drawing history from the history books of the time, right?
I don't need it to contradict itself. I only need to state that my point, my overarching point here is that with the scriptures, I have a full trust that that the people who were included in the Bible were all people who actually in some way had a communication with God. But considering it was written down by Jewish people who are a merchant people and would have traded this stuff and likely, poorly translated it, considering that various Jewish traditions have different versions of their language, most of which are basically what in video games are called thieves' tongue. There's a reason that one form of the Jewish language is so very similar to German is because it was meant for Jews who had to live among Germans. They typically create a sort of alternative language for their people in whatever society they dwell in. And that's why there's extinct forms of Jewish languages too. But the point I'm making here is that The Romans then got a hold of it, and they were trying to create an empire. And I just can't see that the scriptures of the Bible as we know. And then Henry VIII. Here's what really seals the deal for me, right? Henry VIII was horrified at the idea that the Bible should be translated to English because, as a British king, he knew what a base language English actually is. For example, let's get into the word love. We have only one word for what a father feels for his child, for his wife, for his dog, for his nation. And these are all very different feelings. And Latin had different words for all these emotions, and it was a much more complex language. English is not even from England. It's actually from the Netherlands. It's like a barbaric language, right?
No, I would agree, and I think the same thing could be ascribed to like the word judge, for instance, where it talks about judgment. I think the English word for that is very paints with a broad brush, and I agree. I do agree with you and disagree. I do agree with you and disagree with you. And this, I think the one flaw in sort of as you've described this is that the I think that you ascribe modern Judaism and the traits of modern Judaism to pre-Christ Jews, and Christians are actually like the Christian religion and Judaism before Christ is actually the same religion, just known by different names. Modern Judaism is a deviation from that, right? And a lot of the Jews at the time of Christ like started that. They deviated from that. And I'm sure a lot of Jews before Christ also deviated from it, just like a lot of Christians nowadays deviate from Christianity. But I also think the word is infallible. I think that over the translations from language to language, some meaning has been lost. No, I think you're right. Some meaning has been lost from translation from Hebrew to all the way to English, right? And from the original Old English to this modern English. And that's why, Shaggy, I'm learning biblical Hebrew, and I will learn Koine Greek, because I think that the original sources are 100% pure and do give you that difference in meaning between agape and eros and these different types of love. And I think
one thing very important that I think you might be missing. Okay, so this is a bit of Mormonism, but here's the deal. The way prophecy actually works isn't like a lot of people think. For example, when Joseph Smith was asked to retranslate a prophecy, he immediately got pissed because he knew people would think he was being fraudulent, because the word of God isn't in any language. It's pure truth. You basically get the knowledge and then have to add the words yourself. Joseph Smith, for example, got his prophecies while staring into a hat and like tossing a stone around in his hand. The ancient Egyptian prophets would basically sacrifice babies and snakes and shit in an altar made of gold. There's all sorts of ways that God might communicate with you, but if God chooses to communicate with you, he doesn't really give a shit what language you're speaking or method you're using to communicate. He wanted to talk to you and he'll do it. It's just that typically once he's done, you're going to have to add a lot of the human elements to that shit, because God is not like unto a man in that sense.
I would disagree. I would say that when God spoke to the authors of the books in the Bible, that it was written down exactly as God intended, and the reason why God had that be that way was so that we as Christians could turn to the Bible and learn what God wants of us. God isn't the author of confusion, so like if he's going to divinely intervene and talk to these prophets and these people that write down the Bible, I think it would have carried through until writing it down. Now, I do agree that over to the modern translations, it probably has been perverted and subverted, but I think the original sources are 100% accurate. And I think the King James Version is fairly accurate. Just there is little things, like you talk about the word love, that could be translated a bit better.
I got an example for you, right? Here's how a prophecy would work, right? Say God wants to tell you something. He'd show you a vision, say, of someone say it's some politician who's going to be assassinated, and God needs you to see it. He would give you a vision that would perhaps represent that assassin being in the vicinity of the politician, but he'd show you a vision, then he'd leave you, and then he'd like, okay, you've seen the vision, this is what's going to happen, bye. And then as prophet, it would be your job to write down the vision. Now, if someone lost that fucking writing, now imagine a scene in Star Wars that you had to narrate, and for a school assignment, right? But then you lose it, and you have to narrate it all over again. Well, the second narration isn't going to be anything like the first, but you still saw the film. What happens in the film doesn't change, so if you saw it, even though the first report isn't exactly the same as the second, it's still an accurate report. It's like that with a vision. A vision is like a movie. You see it, and then you have to write a report about it.
Well, it doesn't surprise me that a Mormon would use the Star Wars analogy.
Well, I've actually been really looking into the works of C.S. Lewis, and I
do know what you mean. Like, if you had a vision, if you have a dream, for instance, and you write down your dream, you might not have an exact, accurate, 100%. You might remember it sort of different, or like write it down sort of different. But what I would say, but this isn't that, right? Like God's word isn't that. Like God. It wasn't that God gave them this vision and didn't expect them to write it down, and then they just wrote it down. But God actually, told them exactly what to write down, basically. Like an example, I guess, from the Bible, when God gave the law to Moses on the mountain, like he actually gave it to him like verbatim, what the old law was, right? Like it wasn't like a vision that was needed interpretation.
That's a specific instance, and I mean, that was at a time where people were much more willing to believe in magic, so if God did that, it wouldn't be a source of, like, the reason God doesn't do that anymore is because if God did something like that, or drew on the wall with his hand, everyone would immediately know, okay, that's not something that our science does. That's an example of what we would call magic. Ergo, we now know rather than have to believe. God would expose it. But back in the day, with sorcerers running around and the devil letting them throw fireballs and shit and change the color of horses and all that other crap he used to do, it was much more common that God would allow for such miracles to take place. But, I mean, the fact of the matter is, like, at the end of the day, Joseph Smith said that he was actually greater than Moses. That God had told him.
Well, that doesn't surprise me that Joseph Smith would say something like that. I think Joseph Smith created Mormonism to subvert the church and try to glorify himself, right?
I'm just trying to explain what a Mormon would believe. And our prophet, the greatest prophet ever, would literally, sit on the stoop of a bar.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, you even describe him as the greatest prophet ever. Like, you don't think you don't see that as self-glorification when he tells you he's the greatest prophet ever?
Well, I can felt you there, because...
I don't know.
In fact, a lot of people would say Moses is the greatest prophet, and he was a stuttering murderer.
Did Moses say that?
Huh? Oh yeah, Moses had a stutter. If you read the Bible, I don't know.
No. Did Moses? Why would people say that Moses was the greatest prophet?
I'm just saying a lot Jews would, and so would a lot of Christians if they don't see Christ. You see Christ as something greater than a prophet, of course. Like that's a Messiah. That's more than a prophet.
Yeah, but Moses. Why would someone think that Moses was the greatest prophet?
All right. So if I was not a Mormon, if I just had the regular Bible without the other three parts, I would believe that the prophets were the old Jewish dudes, which include Noah, who probably I guess you might see Adam perhaps, or Noah, but they're old. Realistically, maybe some Jews view them as like the great fathers of Judaism, or Abraham perhaps. That's more common, especially among the Pharisees and those who would value historical Jews rather than the ones who have a bit more myth to their might, you might say. But then there's like Ezra, but no one's going to call the guy who fed children to bears the greatest prophet. So, I mean, after him, you have David and Solomon, who both sort of fell. I mean, Moses is just a safe bet for most people. I'm just guessing that if you were to take a poll amongst Christians and it got an honest result, that most Christians who are not Mormons would say Moses was the greatest prophet, or at least Joseph Smith
why would Mormons think that Joseph Smith is the greatest prophet?
Because Joseph Smith said, "I am the greatest prophet." No
Exactly.
Okay,
So all these old prophets, Shaggy, all these old prophets and patriarchs never said they are the greatest prophet. And asking a Christian who they think is the greatest prophet is silly, because all of the prophets played different roles and did different things. And there's no value in thinking who is the greatest prophet. Answering that is just to say, who is your favorite prophet? Whereas Joseph Smith proclaimed himself, "I am the greatest prophet," which indicates to me that Joseph Smith was a scam artist, right? Like, in fact, as we read the book of John, as we read the Gospel of John, Christ says to the Pharisees and to the Jews of the time that they know he's legit because he's not trying to glorify himself. He's there to glorify his Father in heaven. Whereas Joseph Smith came and tried to glorify himself by saying, "I am the greatest prophet. The Bible has been corrupted and is in fact fallible. And that's why I had to been given the final revelation like the prophet Muhammad, because I am the greatest. The Jews have lied to you, but I will correct the record."
Yes, but there's actually a lot more to it. There's more than enough rope here, dude. But there's one very controversial, I think it's a letter he wrote, where he went on to say that not even Jesus managed to retain his followers so well as he had. And shortly after that, he ended up dead, which is thought by many Mormons that his remark that he'd surpassed Jesus in some way was in fact why God forced him to go through that. That was the sin he committed, that God forced him to repent by turning himself over to those who would slaughter him. But I may be mistaken. It may be that he said he was just, he would often call himself better than Moses and the greatest prophet to have ever lived, or who would ever live. But I'm not, I've never actually read the speech myself, and it may be hearsay that he said he'd surpassed Jesus. There's a bunch of stuff because it said that the letter is altered, and I mean, there's lore on this for days. There's days and days and days of lore just on that letter that it's just too much to get into. Like, there were court battles over this damn thing. But if Joseph Smith was telling the truth, it definitely shows in the works of his modern church. Because of all the churches around today, the Mormons do the most to help people. The Mormons are the truest in their claims of good conduct and charity towards others.
Well, in what regard? In what metric? Give me, instead of just saying that they do the most good works, give me specific works when you say that.
It's according to the church, our volunteer corps is at every disaster, pretty much. In order to be the prophet of the church in the modern age, you have to really deserve it. For example, our current leader, Russell M. Nelson, is actually the world's leading heart surgeon. That's why he was made prophet, because he is the world's leading heart surgeon. So I imagine he's very popular with God because he was the world's leading heart surgeon before. He didn't want to become the prophet. The Mormons don't select their prophets and leaders from a group of priests. They select, like, the prophet could be like a mailman. The last prophet was actually a soldier. That would have been Thomas S. Monson.
I don't know. I think that on some level, being the world's greatest heart surgeon, like, that could be used for transhumanist ends, right? And it makes a lot of sense that the Mormons, coming from Freemasonry, would select their prophets to be very scientifically achieved people. Because just like the Freemasons, they would believe in God through science, right?
Well, hold on. No. The last guy was literally like a Navy soldier. Like, just a military guy.
But these things in specific, like if he was a Navy soldier that went to wars that weren't necessarily righteous, like does that make him righteous for being a Navy soldier? Or the heart surgeon, like that's what I mean, right? Like by keeping people alive, it's I think realistically, Shaggy, I think realistically, a lot of modern problems come from the advances of healthcare. I think that people are kept artificially alive into their old age, and in a lot of cases that actually does more harm to overall society than it does good. And I understand why we do it, because it is scary to die, whether it be the transitory stage that's scary, or whether it be the what happens after death that's scary. So I understand why healthcare is so important to us as a people. But I don't think that necessarily makes us righteous, our contributions to healthcare.
Yes, that's true. But where our current prophet's skill is at keeping people alive, the last one's talent was killing. Like the last prophet, the guy who I honestly prefer, Monson, he was literally a giant bear of a man. Again, like...
That does add up, Shaggy, that you like the prophet that killed more than the prophet that saved lives.
Oh, yeah,
that is fitting.
The prophet, Monson was a very kind, gentle man when he needed to be, but he was also someone who spent his life in the service of warfare. And I can't imagine that he did that without knowing what would be called on him to do. And since he was a veteran, I believe he actually fought in World War II. But the interesting thing about that is there were Mormons on both sides. Hitler was not against the Mormons. In fact, he was very kind to us. So an agreement was made between German Mormons and American Mormons that if there was combat, it would be conducted like honorably, as would be conducted between knights on the battlefield, with no malice, and an agreement to be friends again once they met in the kingdom of the Lord. So, I mean, that was, I believe, in response to an earlier question about supporting unjust wars. War will come, and they are often unjust. What matters to a soldier is how he conducts himself personally.
Yeah, but this all stemmed from, you made the claim that Mormonism must be true and righteous because the Mormons do much more good works than any of the other churches.
Oh yes.
What I would say is I don't think either of these things are metrics that make the Mormons doing more good works than like Christians, right?
All right.
If you could give me a metric, that point would be more valid. But you haven't really given me a metric yet.
Where we do meet is that we are both part of the restorationist faith. We both believe Christianity should be essentially the kingdom of Israel with Jesus as our king and God. Or at least we should try to practice Christianity as Christ would have us practice it, rather than as how some church would have us practice it.
Yes.
And Mormonism is at heart an attempt to recreate the kingdom of Israel, or as we would have called it, Deseret. The problem is that, Joseph Smith got murdered, and it may be that he committed a sin, or it may be, as some say, that he truly lived a sinless life. And,
well, I think Joseph Smith would have you believe that.
Well, I mean, we do believe he became as God upon death, which is not typical. Most people don't just immediately become a god when they die. That's like, I'm not going to immediately become a god when I croak, even if I follow Mormonism accurately. That will require a long progression. Well, we do believe that Joseph Smith was able to basically skip several levels in regards to that. That his soul was more akin to the souls that would have been on earth during the ancient times. That he was reserved for his generation because at that time everyone else would have been small by comparison. And to show that, God put Brigham Young in charge next, who was a great man, but not nearly as great or benevolent as Joseph Smith. In fact, despite his greatness, and he was at least as great as Solomon, far greater in fact, any flaw in the Mormon Church can be traced to the reign of Brigham Young, because his reign was not supposed to be it was the result of murder that he inherited that position. The position was supposed to be to go from Joseph Smith to one of his sons, or if that was impossible, to his brother Hiram, but he was also murdered. And, Emma Smith corrupted Joseph Smith's sons, and they made a church of gayness.
Yeah, well, I think we see this again and again, right? When they, I don't think Mormonism was ever righteous, personally, because I think that Joseph Smith was a con artist that sort of ripped off Muhammad to glorify himself. But even if making the assumption that Mormonism was righteous at some point, just like the Catholic Church, even if it was righteous at some point, any attempt to re-centralize the kingdom of God and establish a priesthood to lead the church among men, I think that's doomed to fail on every regard because of the cycle of history that we read about all throughout the Old Testament. When men turn to God, things get good, and in abundance, once we're in that abundance, we go wicked and we turn from God, right? So that's why things aren't supposed to be done like that. We weren't supposed to reestablish the centralized church. Now, my take on Joseph Smith, the Freemasonic idea is God through knowledge, right? It's the Luciferian idea that through science we can become like God. So it makes a lot of sense to me that Joseph Smith, who was a rogue Freemason, would try to use Mormonism and try pretty much teach that because he was so righteous and the knowledge that he suck out and he's found, it's that he would become God. That really is the fulfillment of the Masonic belief, which is very wicked. And so that makes a lot of sense to me.
I'll be honest with you. Mormons are basically, Mormons are to Freemasons as Lutherans are to Catholics. We are very similar to Freemasons. We believe that we're the not evil version of that.
Yeah, but the whole Freemasonic belief is antithetical to what it says in the New Testament, and it turns from God. It makes a lot of sense to me that it would spring up when it did, Shaggy, because it is. We all have vanity, so I can see why Joseph Smith would have done it. He was a Freemason. He wanted to become like God, so he had that Luciferian belief, and he created this. He said he had come across divine knowledge. But I think that the reason we see this spring up, I think we saw it with the Catholic Church springing up, and assuming that Protestantism is righteous for some level, the Protestantism going corrupt also springing up. I think in the early 1800s, or whenever it was, restoration movements started to spring up, and because there was churches. Because there was churches trying to turn back to the Old Testament, well, Satan had Mormonism spring up and try to subvert that, right?
I don't believe that, but I do. I will say this: there were at that time in both the Christian and Islamic world, there was a massive wave of new denominations, which constituted the restoration of Christianity. And a similar movement is in Islam. I don't have a word for, but I think we saw a similar thing in the 70s with a bunch of bullshit churches.
Yeah. Now
I see Mormonism, honestly, the reason I'm so loyal to it is because, now, you could chalk this up to sorcery, but Joseph Smith actually did correctly predict numerous events, including the fact that tobacco was actually bad for you at a time when all the professionals were saying it would actually prevent tuberculosis. So,
hold on though. Don't Muslims claim the same thing about Muhammad?
He did. Yeah, but they were right. He did claim tobacco isn't healthy. Oh wait, no, he didn't.
It's either just alcohol or it's alcohol and tobacco that I've heard Muslims say that Muhammad said that. If that's the case, there's also that similarity. Like, that's damning in my eyes.
Muslims will smoke tobacco as a family from the hookah. That's an ancient tradition that predates Islam, and they still, Muhammad would smoke tobacco himself. Actually, I think they even know what his favorite type was. But the difference is that like, there's a lot of people God talks to. For example, Joseph Smith even said that God had talked to Muhammad. But I mean, Muslims don't.
But that's because he was a Freemason, right? And Freemasons, Freemasons sort of have a secular belief that like all religions are true and worship the same God and are all true on some level. So of course Joseph Smith would say that Muhammad's revelation was true on some level, because that's what Freemasons believe.
I'll say this, all right? So, in order to even advance to the higher ranks of the Mormon Church, you have to be a high-ranking Freemason. But I would say that...
Yep, that adds up. That adds up pretty quick, Shaggy.
Yeah, as someone who's the equivalent of a low-ranking Freemason, what I can tell you is that there's nothing secular about it. It's very cosmotheistic or deistic in terms of how it actually is. We love Christ.
No, it is. No, absolutely. The Freemasons, part of a condition to become a Freemason is you must believe in a God, but it doesn't matter which God it is. When I say secular, like atheism is excluded from that. Like, what they believe is this wishy-washy idea that like there's truth in all religions and all religions actually worship the same God. And that's ridiculous.
Yes,
that's nonsense.
That is Freemasonry. Now let me explain to you the difference there between Freemasonry and Mormonism. Mormonism says, no, Christ is God, and he wants us to have this specific religion in this specific way, modifying these rituals to make it Christian, pro-Christian, moreover, pro-American. In fact, not really American, but we should reestablish Israel as it was truly meant to be, with Joseph Smith and his lineage as king. And God was like, yes, I approve. This is a great idea. And then some retards came along and murdered Joseph Smith, and God got really pissed, and now we have to live in this hellhole.
Well, it makes a lot of sense to me, because actually, if you look back to the origins of the Church of Christ, which is around the same time as the Mormon Church, I think the Church of Christ was righteous in their attempts to restore things back to the original first century church. Now, I say that also knowing. No, but I say that, Shaggy, also knowing. No, hold on. I say that also knowing that the modern Church of Christ that has stemmed from that has gone wicked. The church that me and Ashton gone to has also been corrupted. But what's very interesting to me is, since the foundation of the Church of Christ as a human denomination, since the foundation of that, right at the same time that they sprung up, Mormonism also sprung up and called themselves the Church of Jesus Christ and Latter-day Saints, and sort of created that confusion. And led people away from this restoration movement that sprung up and was trying to bring things back to how they should be. But not only that, Shaggy, but also around like the mid-1900s, Freemasonry started infiltrating the actual Church of Christ and running rampant in it. And I think the Freemasonic influence... Like, recently, the Church of Christ has turned away from the Freemasonry and sort of condemned it. But Freemasonry did infect the Church of Christ as a human denomination, and is probably majorly part of the reason why the Church of Christ as a human denomination has been corrupted. But it's interesting that when the Church of Christ first sprung up and probably was righteous, Freemasons created Mormonism, and then they infected the Church of Christ. That's very interesting.
I would just say this. First off, the Freemasons didn't invent Mormonism. They murdered Joseph for creating it. And some say that the remnant, there's a schism right now with a bunch of Mormons accusing Brigham Young of murdering Joseph to get Freemasons back in control of the church. I don't agree with that. I think Brigham Young was a great man. But the point I would there make was that what's interesting to me is that all restorationist churches, with a few exceptions, were founded by Freemasons, by people who were members of lodges or believed that they should go about doing this.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. I think that was to subvert the real restorationist movement that was happening.
Well, hold on.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
I mean, the sad truth, and I don't want to offend you here, but I do believe that the Church of Christ, second only to Mormonism, in fact, perhaps surpassing Mormonism, is the most Masonic church in America. I believe you'll see sextants and Masonic symbols literally everywhere. They're just not the obvious sort that we use. I mean, we put pentagrams and all sorts of what's that other thing we use a lot of? The letter 3, we put that everywhere. And these are obvious Masonic symbols because they're taught openly to members of the church. It's not secret. Everyone knows them. Or if they don't know them, their parents or their grandparents know them. With Freemasonry, it's all political. It's not for families. The idea that women or children would be involved at all would be insane. That's probably the biggest reason they killed Joseph Smith, was for including women and children in these rituals. And except in a situation where they're being sacrificed or some other evil satanic shit. But my point is that the Church of Christ is heavily Masonic, and again, all of the leaders of that church are bound to be high-ranking Freemasons.
Now, I am a member of the Church of Christ, as in the sense that like I'm a follower of Christ. But in terms of the human denomination known as the Church of Christ, I think it has gone corrupt. And I think that is largely due to the Masonic influence. So I would agree. But what I'm curious...
If you mean Masonic influence as corruption, it was corrupt from the get-go. Its founders were Freemasons. And any church that's founded in America or Australia is going to be either led by or created by Freemasons.
I don't know whether that's true or not, to be honest with you. I don't know the history well enough to really contend with that point. So you could be right, but I don't know that you're right on that either.
I can briefly summarize it, and essentially, right, the Freemasons came about because the Catholics would screw over other Catholics, so a secret order of Catholics came about, right? And anywhere you have a bunch of rebels showing up or something breaking away from the ancient old order of things, without getting into a bunch of history to explain why, that you're going to have Freemasons there, be it with the Jacobites or America or Australia or Rhodesia. You're going to have Freemasons because these are nations that do not want the authority of the old world ruling over them. And that's exactly what the Freemasons want, because they wanted to be that authority. So where you go over to England and Europe, you find less Freemasonry and more what I would call orthodox shit. Where you go into the New World, which is Australia and the West and shit, you're going to find Freemasonry everywhere because that was the Orthodox Church of the New World. Realistically, whereas the Catholics controlled everything through one church, the global rulers or the religious leaders in the Americas did it from the shadows. That's why Benjamin Franklin, the highest ranking Freemason at the time he was alive, is on the $100 bill.
Yeah. Now, I would say that probably when the Church of Christ was founded, I would say it could have been, I would say there was probably restorationist thinkers at the time, and then Freemasons that existed, that when they saw the restorationist thinkers wanted to restore things to how they were supposed to be, well then they said, yeah, you guys are right, now let's form this church. So there probably was Freemasons that were founders of the actual human denominations. But that's exactly what I'm saying, that when we try to restore things to righteousness, because the Freemasons are Luciferians and want to corrupt the world away from God and create utopia on earth, I think they would have absolutely, like, they don't need to corrupt like atheists and people like that, because these people aren't on the right track. But they need to corrupt those that are on the right track. So that's why they would do that and be part of the founding.
Before I forget, I want your opinion on something, because I was thinking the other day, and I really wanted to bring this to your attention. It was something that came to me during prayer, and I was thinking, you know, the answer to why there's war and strife and death and bad shit on earth is pretty fucking obvious, and it goes back to Babylon, right? We see there that at that time all humanity was unified, or at least that's the lore, that humans were unified as one with one common purpose. It was the leftist utopia. Everything the leftists want, a people together in harmony with one single goal of laying siege to heaven and attacking God. And in this we see that when humanity achieves perfect unity, when they achieve paradise on earth, they do not attempt to emulate heaven. They attempt to emulate hell. We do not want to build a heaven on earth. We want to build a hell on earth. And that is why, and I think, God sends division and warfare and strife and discontent among mankind. It is to punish the many for the sake of the few that are good. It is to raise up the good at the expense of the vile who are many, essentially. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I don't think it's that we have the desire to create hell or heaven on earth. I think it's that we're very prideful and we have the desire to become like God. So I think that when we globalize like that and we try to build to the heavens, it's not really to create, maybe we tell ourselves it's to create utopia by becoming God, but I think the primary motivation is to become like God. Now, I think that through that, it is us that brings the hell on earth and the hard times. I don't think it's that God's directly sending these hard times, but I think that God has set up the universe in a very Pythagorean way, that everything's mathematically perfect. And part of the order of the universe is that when we try to transcend God and become gods as ourselves, it just creates hell. Whenever we try to create utopia on earth, it actually creates hell, because earth and heaven are two very different things. And the flesh leads us to sin. So we shouldn't be trying to become gods ourselves and create utopia. If we do, because of the order of the universe that God has set into place, that's what causes the hell on earth.
Well,
that's sort of my take on that.
All right, so given that, right, and what I want to get into here is what we see with ancient Babylon is very similar. In fact, it's basically a perfected version of the idea of globalism. Because Babylon at the time.
Well, I think you're mixing up Babylon and the Tower of Babel here.
Yeah, all right, that's what I mean. But I think that was where Babylon later was, correct?
I don't know. I'm not. I don't have a perfect historical understanding.
I am referring to the Tower of Babel, but I believe those are Babylonians.
No, actually, the Tower of Babel was. I think it was. No, it wasn't. I'm wrong. I was gonna say I think it was before Noah, but it is after Noah. But the Tower of Babel happens very soon after Noah. And it wasn't such that the world, like all the nations of the world, came together to globalize and create it. It was still small enough because everyone stems from Noah.
It wasn't literally the world, but the idea, this message behind the story is that Babylon was unified. It was, as far as their world was concerned, the globalists. It's all
Babylon wasn't, though. There was many powers in the world at the time of Babylon. Like with the Babylonian conquests and everything.
Well, I'm just saying the Tower of Babel makes a good parallel to globalism today.
Oh yeah, no, for
It
sure.
wants to create heaven on earth without God. It is the idea to reach heaven without God's help. To create paradise on earth so that we essentially don't need heaven. And what I would point out there is what separates that from Mormonism is that Joseph Smith wanted to recreate Israel, not the Tower of Babel. He wanted to literally, what he claimed was that other than the Jews and the Levites, all the tribes of Israel had been made extinct, which they have. So what he did was he got the authority from God to initiate people into the extinct tribes based on their racial heritage. For example,
yeah, but that's silly, Shaggy. Christians are a spiritual Israel. Like, there's no more physical Israel, and the idea of recreating a physical Israel is a subversion of Christianity, right?
Well, no, I mean, okay, so in a sense you're right, because here's the deal. God had to have known Joseph Smith would have failed, because Joseph Smith I don't want to say he failed, but he got murdered before he could fulfill the prophecy, which was to create, he was running for president when he was assassinated, and he was going to win, too. But had he won, he would have been able to recreate the United States into a theocratic monarchy, which is actually the only form of political structure that God actually endorses. And if America was a theocratic monarchy, it would be the nation of Deseret, ruled by the lineage of Joseph Smith. But because of the lack of faith of other Christians and the machinations of Emma Smith, that was not possible.
I don't know if that's true, though, because before Israel had a king, they had judges, and that was the form of government that God actually endorsed and told them that if they had a king, they would go wicked.
Yeah, judges, we call them Area 72s. Yeah, that's the Area 72s. We still have them. They're still around.
Yeah, but then after that, God may have endorsed a theocratic monarchy, but then after that, like, if you read in the book in Romans 13, it says God endorses the wicked government of Rome, which Rome certainly wasn't a theocratic monarchy at the time, and God endorsed their government.
Well, God favored the Romans because Longinus, when he speared Jesus, was converted. I think it was Longinus. He's the one who speared Jesus, but I think it was him or some other Romans. No, it was Longinus. Longinus there was a Christian Christ met while alive, a Roman soldier, centurion. But the Romans were the first people. If you really read the New Testament, it's a Roman book. It's about how the Romans were tricked by the Jews into crucifying their Savior, and how that they should worship Jesus, because Paul was really a Roman, basically. And the New Testament is very much, I can tell you having read it, it is the most Roman of Roman books you could ever read. It's definitely, whereas the Old Testament was meant for Jewish kings, the New Testament was made to be read out to the masses in a Roman fashion.
Well, the Gospels, the New Testament surrounds around the Gospels. Like, I'm reading through the epistles right now. I'm about halfway through the book of Romans, but the Gospels are written by Matthew, Luke, Mark, and John. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. But, I know Paul was a Roman, but those four weren't Romans, right? Like, correct me if I'm wrong. Were the writers of the Gospels Romans?
What I mean is that when it's Paul writing, it has a very Roman sort of... Alright, so I'll explain.
Yeah, the Pauline epistles, right? But, they revolve around the Gospels. Like, the Gospels are actually the central piece of the New Testament.
Yeah, I'm not referring to the content. I'm saying that when you read anyone other than Paul, it's like it's the writing of a Jew. When you read Paul, it's very much as someone who wanted to shout this out to a whole forum of people, which was not what the Jews were going to do with that. They would write it out, and then it would be read by another Jew, to, a high-ranking Jew. But
I don't know. I would disagree. I would say, the Apostle John, for instance, was a very zealous man in his faith.
Zealous, yeah, but it's. I'm talking about the.
And I think almost all of the Gospels, reference at the end that Jesus said to go out into all the nations and spread the gospel. So obviously they didn't intend, the writers of the Gospels, for it to just be shared amongst the Jews. But they did intend it to be spread amongst the Gentiles. And not just that at the end when Jesus says that, but throughout, like it also says that, right?
Look, and maybe that's why God chose to use the Romans at that time, because the Romans had that sort of culture where doing that was common. Yes, it's what Christ was telling them to do. Jesus was telling them to do that, and God was telling them to do that by putting them under the service of the Romans, who had a culture that Christ was more favorable to, because it had more value for human life, for compassion, for art, for love, for various things that God actually very much does approve of. It's just they were worshiping a beast fucking asshole named Zeus. So God decided to make the Romans his people during that particular time. And other Mormons would disagree. Other Mormons would say that after Christ was crucified, God just turned his back on the world for an entire age until Joseph Smith came around. That's what a lot of Mormons refer to as the apostasy, or the great apostasy.
But God did.
I don't personally believe that. I think that God has granted his favor to various churches throughout history, and for a time, perhaps that light did shine on the Romans or the Catholics. But if it did, it didn't. Like God didn't. Like after Christ was crucified, the kingdom didn't exclusively move to the Romans. Like many Jews repented of their ways. On the day of Pentecost, I think 3,000 Jews repented of their ways and turned to Christ. Many people from many different nations, including the Romans, turned to Christ. And it became a decentralized thing among the people that would believe of every different nation of the world, right? And then the Catholics came in and tried to re-centralize it. And I think the reason why, Shaggy, the Jews that crucified Christ and the Jews that persecuted the early Christians did so is because they wanted the kingdom to remain centralized amongst them. We have that vanity as human beings. And we like to think of ourselves as special among all the nations of the world. And the Jews were very upset that the kingdom was expanded to the other nations of the world, and they wanted to keep it centralized. That's why they persecuted Christ and the early Christians. Similarly, the Catholics. The flaw of the Catholics is they tried to re-centralize that, right? And that's how they deviated from the early church. And that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what the Mormons are trying to do now. They're trying to re-centralize it out of some desire to be special amongst the church, right? Listen, I definitely believe that there are flaws in the modern church, but here's my honest view, and this isn't the Mormon view, this is Shaggy's view, all right?
Yeah.
If you are a wealthy king, if you are an incredibly wealthy king, as God is, and you have many palaces across your expansive lands, and you're in your favorite palace one day, and you notice, hey, this place is getting kind of shitty. My servants haven't really been keeping it up, and some of them have even been, raping children. I think I'm going to go to one of my other palaces. And so the wealthy, rich man, or God in this instance, he goes to one of his other palaces, and maybe it's nice there for a while. But maybe one day, after hundreds of years, the servants start, fucking things up again. Well, then the Lord will up and leave for one of his other palaces, and I believe the Mormons have done an excellent job of maintaining the Lord's palace when he is present with us.
Well, it's a nice analogy, but it's not quite correct, right? The flaw in it is God is omnipresent everywhere, and God exists in all the palaces at once. It's just what I'm saying is any one individual palace might be righteous and then go corrupt. And that's part of the reason why Jesus had to come and why the kingdom had to be decentralized amongst those who would believe amongst all nations, because no palace is perfect. So the church is now a decentralized thing that exists among each and every palace, and the elements of actual Christians in each and every palace are part of that decentralized kingdom. But overall, it can never be centralized amongst one castle or kingdom. As to stay true to the analogy, analysis, and God knew that very well, and that's part of the reason why Christ had to come and be sacrificed on the cross and do away with the old law so we could be under the new covenant.
Well, I mean, as a Mormon, I don't believe that anything really relevant happened on the cross other than the Savior being betrayed by his chosen people. The salvation of mankind happened when he drank from the bitter cup in the Garden of Gethsemane, at least in our
back in the book of Romans, where I'm reading now, Paul talks about how, because of the sin of the flesh, we're condemned by the old law. And similar to how a wife is bound to her husband until her husband dies, and then she can find a new husband once she's a widow, Christ fulfilled the law and was killed on the cross. And when Christ, who fulfilled the law, died on that cross, the old law died. And we, as to fit the analogy, as the wife of God and the wife of Christ, the wife of Christ as the church, we could go to a new husband and follow Christ instead of the old law. And it wasn't just a betrayal story, but there's a reason why Christ had to be sacrificed on the cross.
I admire how you take a very historical approach. There's a lot of knowledge and wisdom in this, but again, as you probably noticed, I'm a man who likes stories. So again, using an analogy here, imagine a man who is blessed with many wives, right? And he has one wife who is kind of lazy. When it's time for sex, she just sticks her ass in the air, and she hasn't always wiped properly, and it's just she doesn't make an effort. And if it's her night to prepare the meal, she always gets Burger King or some shit. Now the husband still loves her dearly, but in his heart, clearly he's going to prefer the wife who is, fit, stays in shape, always prepares a decent meal, is good with all the children, no matter which wife popped him out. The husband will prefer, of all his wives, she who is not necessarily most physically beautiful, but the most beautiful unto him. And I believe that God, as a man with many wives, or churches, looks upon the Mormon Church as the most beautiful of his wives because she does the best job of being a wife as a church. Our church is the cleanest church. Our church is the most observant to his teachings. Our church is the most active in his service.
Well, it's not observant to his teachings. Joseph Smith hid assets to avoid taxes, which goes against the teachings of Christ. And you guys also promote polygamy, which goes against the teachings of Christ.
Polygamy is based.
It directly goes against what it says in the New Testament. So the idea, using your analogy that the Mormon Church is a perfect wife and follows God's teaching, is silly because it contradicts God's teachings in all these ways.
I will channel a Christian we both respect, Dr. Murdoch, and say here that polygamy is at this point necessary for the survival of the white race. Just as Joseph Smith predicted it would be. So, I think this is literally the angel with the flaming sword, but...
I don't think so, Shaggy. I think that going against God's word is actually what's doomed the white race. It's not a matter of monogamy or polygamy, but if we embrace things like polygamy that go further against God's word, well, we're further going to be doomed. Because it's actually going against God's word that have created the hard times. So the only solution is to turn back to God and try to live like Christ taught us. It's not polygamy.
I'm glad you bring that up because, the biblical doom, it's interesting. With polygamy, what Joseph Smith actually said was that an angel with a flaming sword told him he would be doomed if he did not take multiple wives. And it seems that the reason for this was to teach the white race at some point we will be doomed. The angel with the flaming sword is now holding it over all of Europe. We will be doomed.
No, but that's just a convenient story that Joseph Smith used to justify cheating on his wife.
Well, no, Joseph Smith, I came up with that. I love Joseph Smith, but I'm not giving him credit for my writing.
No, you didn't come up with the angel with the flaming sword story, Shaggy. That isn't a Shaggy contribution to the Quad Bible. Is that what you're telling us?
No. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be claiming credit for his work either. I meant the whole it being reworked to use towards Europe thing. That was all me. Joseph Smith. I don't think he knew that the existence of the white race would depend on him porking those women, but it did. it turned out it did.
No, the condemnation of the white race is partly due to that, right? Like groups like the Mormons that try to deviate from the true church is actually why the white race is doomed. Not because Joseph Smith wanted to sleep with many women. But
I think that the ideal Christian future is one where I have multiple hot women from various races so that I can go about creating like Primarch versions of myself, like God Emperor.
Shaggy won't just be saving the white race. Shaggy will be saving all the races all night long.
Yeah.
Especially the Asian races.
Well, no, that's another point. Joseph Smith believed that white blood was actually precious, and it was like a sacred. It was like the Holy Grail. White blood is the Holy Grail that other races must drink from to achieve any form of salvation. And the way that is to be done safely while still preserving the white race is through polygamy. The white man must produce more white people. But he should also be fucking on blacks and Asians and Mexicans and Indians and everything else he might get his hands on. Like, if she's female and like in season, I'm just saying it's like polygamy it worked for Muslims, and we really need to adopt it ourselves as a species to survive. Especially given the fact that white blood is recessive. Given like the Muslim isn't even a race with that problem, but we will die out if we breed with anyone else. This is a commonly known fact. Only through polygamy can we exist as God intended for us to. Fucking like rabbits all the time with a totally patriarchal society where women don't give us any shit anymore.
Yeah, I should try to find where.
The thing is, if we don't do this, women will sell themselves into whoredom. Or they'll become e-girls like doubles and hypa. I mean, we can't allow this grim, dark future to come to pass.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Now...
Are you okay? You look like you're gonna throw up or something. I'm just looking at the camera all of a sudden.
No, I'm making it. It's just a lot to take in, It's a lot to parse in my mind. I want to go back to the book of Matthew, where I think it's in the book of Matthew where when Christ is on the Sermon on the Mount talking about adultery, where he talks about how like polygamy is a God like winked and like bat an eye or whatever at the polygamy in the past, but you can't be polygamous. It's these things aren't meant to be. They're
well, if it's not meant to be, I just gotta say, why is it written in our blood? It is in our very blood that we need to adopt this method. Maybe it is not for the Jew to embrace polygamy.
I can tell you exactly why. All you have to do to understand that, Shaggy, is read Romans chapter 7. When Paul talks about the struggle of two natures and indwelling sin.
One last tragic thing I would cite is the fate of the Nephites. The Book of Mormon is in fact a tale of an extinct group of white people who died partially due to mixing with unclean peoples. We really do need, like, I'm not saying anything against other races, but we as white people do need to preserve our heritage. I mean, as a Murdoch fan, you know this. But like, the fact of the matter is, we need polygamy to achieve this goal. Scientifically, the reality is we are now, as a race, in a position...
Well, no, that's incorrect, Shaggy. Like, realistically, if we don't turn back to God, maybe we do deserve to be genocided, right? The only way we're going to save our race is if we turn back to God. Many races that feel the exact same way as me and you have been genocided throughout history because they didn't turn to God. The only way we will save our race is to turn to God, not by further going against God, right? If we practice things like polygamy, we will be condemned.
In regards to that, even if the current crop is poison, even if the current crop is bad, we could still use the seed of that crop to plant a fresh crop. And what I'm saying is, it is not the intent of the Lord that the white race should go extinct simply because it has fallen to sin. The blood, the raw DNA...
Well, Shaggy, like, I'm a white nationalist. I am a very zealous white nationalist, but I wouldn't say something like this. The white man is like a holy race amongst all other races, and all other races must drink from the white man in order to survive and be saved. Like, that's sort of batshit, right? Like, that goes beyond my white nationalist belief.
May I clarify that?
Yeah, please do.
Clarify that. My beliefs are much more complicated than that in regards to that, because I believe all races are holy. Even the black race is holy, but it's for a different purpose. God put it there for a different reason than us, all right? And the reason we are here is specifically to provide for ourselves, for our children, but the way that we interlink with other races is a very specific thing designed by nature. And in order to do that in a safe fashion, biologically, it is imperative that just as some breeds of rabbits take multiple partners, well, all breeds of rabbits, some breeds of birds take only one partner, some breeds of birds take multiple partners if they're male. The white race is more like the rooster than the songbird. We need a whole hen house of chickens to produce our offspring. Some races...
Well, I think that's like silly, Shaggy. We don't, I don't ascribe to the theory of evolution. I'm a creationist, so I don't believe we evolved from chickens or songbirds.
I have a perfect analogy, all right? God is a brilliant artist.
You can give me analogies all day long, right? Like, the thing is, none of these analogies are biblical. These are sales tactics. These are persuasion analogies that Joseph Smith has used to make you follow an analogy and then believe what the analogy promotes. None of these analogies are actually biblical, so it doesn't matter what the analogy says or not. It's just it's simply not biblical, right?
I agree with you there, but it's my favorite way to make a point. It's just that's just me. That's not that.
No, you should, but to make a point about God or or about Christianity, you ought to go to a biblical analogy instead of something Joseph Smith pulled out of his ass.
All right. Well, this isn't Joseph Smith. This is completely...
Who is it, Brigham Young?
Just hear me out, right? God, as a brilliant artist, created each race of man as a brilliant work of art. And each different race has its own particular needs, just like each particular work of art in a museum will have its own particular design and make. I believe Japanese people are naturally monogamous, meaning they naturally they're happiest when they have one partner and breed for life. But they also have a very fragile DNA system. But so Asians are all hardwired to be racist as fuck. So they know on a biological level not to dip their pen into other people's inkwell. But the white man, unlike the Japanese, is not isolationist by his nature. He is an explorer. The Viking explored the whole world before the idea of exploration had even occurred to the Chinese. So the truth of the matter is, white people, as an exploring race, as a race that takes salt wives, we need to abide by those ancient Viking traditions, even as Christians. Because
we're supposed to reject like Viking traditions and weird forms of paganism, right? Joseph Smith might disagree because he was a Freemason, so they believed all religions were valid.
I'm not
because they were trying to become God. But we actually are supposed to reject paganism, Shaggy.
Wait, just hear me out here. The Japanese, as I said, are naturally inclined to monogamy. And that might be individual Japanese people who are not, but the Japanese as a race are naturally inclined to isolation and monogamy, but so too are the Jews, to the degree that they actually operate in the reverse of other peoples, other than some groups of black peoples, and trace their line matrilineally specifically for survival in this context. We as white people survive, honestly, by taking as many wives as possible if we are a great
No,
man.
that's silly. That's silly, Shaggy. The reality is the flesh does lead us towards that aspiration to sleep with as many women as possible, but that's because the flesh is sinful. But like, we're supposed to be spiritual beings, right? There's the battle between the flesh and the spirit, and the flesh, the spirit may be strong, but the flesh is weak, and the flesh leads us to carnal sin. And if you read the 7th chapter of Romans, Paul writes, "Was then that which is good made death unto me? God forbid. But sin that it might appear sin, working death in me by that which is good, that sin by the commandment might become exceeding sinful. For we know that the law is spiritual, but I am carnal, sold under sin. For that which I do, I allow not. For what I would, that do I not. But what I hate, that I do. If then I do that which I would not, I consent unto the law that it is good. Now then, it is no more I that do it, but sin that dwelleth in me. For I know that in me, that is, in my flesh, dwelleth no good thing. For to will is present with me, but how to perform that which is good, I find not. For the good that I would, I do not. But the evil which I would not, that I do. Now if I do that I would not, it is no more I that do it, but sin that dwelleth in me. I find then a law, that when I would do good, evil is present with me. For I delight in the law of God after the inward man. But I see another law in my members, warring against the law of my mind, and bringing me into captivity to the law of sin which is in my members. O wretched man that I am, who shall deliver me from the body of this death? I thank God through Jesus Christ our Lord. So then with the mind I myself serve the law of God, but with the flesh the law of sin. So Paul's explaining that it's an ongoing battle between the spirit and the body does lead us to do sin. It does make us want to not fraternize. You know the word I'm looking for.
Transgress.
The flesh does make us want to sleep with many women and spread the seed around. That's sinful, and we know better. By following Christ, Christ taught us different. So it doesn't matter that we have the carnal desire to commit sin. That doesn't make it righteous. And what's going to save us? What's going to save us is following the Spirit towards Christ, right?
Jesus himself had 3 wives. He was a polygamist.
Okay, well, where is that? Where does it say Jesus had 3 wives, Shaggy? You point that out to me.
That was revealed to Joseph Smith in a vision, which was
okay. So that's something extra biblical that's not in the Bible, and it is completely fallible and corrupt, everything that Joseph Smith said to him in a vision. Just like when Muhammad, the angel came to him on the mountain and revealed to him the final revelation, Joseph Smith took a lot of inspiration from that story. And just like the Quran is false, so is the Book of Mormon. What we read in the Gospels, we don't read in one spot that Jesus had 3 wives, right? So that's not a point you can make.
Let's all right. So speaking of the work of God, just to support what I'm saying here, we can see what God has authored in the sciences as well as the scriptures. In the blood is the grail, right? And here's the deal, right? We can tell the difference. I'll ask you a question. Is there scientifically a difference between the skeleton of a white man and the skeleton of a black man?
Well, yeah. But what you gotta understand about the sciences is that God
Well,
put a
if-
Pythagorean order into the nature of things in the universe, and all the
Well, hold on,
sciences is our understanding of God, the
I'm
order
just
that God's
saying-
put into the universe, right?
Well,
Like
look, I'm just
the
saying here-
sciences aren't a holy thing. In fact, the sciences are a pursuit of more so carnal things, and that's why the sciences have become so wicked in today's day and age.
The scriptures are, well, science is a holy thing when it's in accordance with God. When man tries to use it for his own interest, it becomes evil. That, hold on, that is the ancient definition of sorcery. But my point here is that God is, hold on, my other computer just crapped out again. God is, in fact, when we look at different animals and see that some of them have different breeding patterns, why wouldn't that also be true with his greatest creation? If he loved the birds enough to give them such beautiful colors, and some of them are polygamous by nature, doesn't it make sense that the white race, being different genetically than the black race, even down to our survival needs, would have different breeding patterns? I'm not saying all humanity should embrace polygamy, and some races certainly should not embrace polygamy. I don't think it would make a Jewish person happy or a Japanese person happy to be a polygamist, but I definitely think it is necessary for the spiritual progress and happiness of white people to at least have polygamous leaders. I don't think necessary. For example, I myself don't actually.
No, that's a really
more than
silly
one wife.
example, Shaggy, that you gave me about the birds. That because some birds are polygamous, like certain races of humans should be polygamous. Like that's just ridiculous.
Well, doesn't that make sense that God?
No, it doesn't. The difference between humans and animals, what it means that human beings have a soul and animals don't. That doesn't mean that we have free will and they don't. Obviously, animals have free will, but their will is directed by the carnal. Animals are unable to act outside of their emotions. They're unable to act outside of the carnal. And just like we have the carnal desire to be polygamous, so do animals. It's just because they don't have souls, they're unable to act outside of that.
Hold on. Animals, a soul is specifically the spirit of a human. Everything has a spirit, pretty much.
Oh, and all dogs go to heaven, Shaggy.
Well, yeah, they just don't have to.
No, Shaggy, no. No, animals literally don't have souls. Animals are carnal beings. Human beings have a spirit. And that's why we're able to act outside of the carnal, right? We have a different type of free will than animals do.
All right, so let me explain that. Anything, it's like a shadow, right? It's not just humans that have shadows. Anything that exists has to have a spiritual equivalent. That's just the way it is.
No, Shaggy, a shadow exists because light, electromagnetic radiation from a light source hits a physical body and doesn't permeate through it. So because of that, there's a differential inside and outside of the shadow of the intensity of photons that are reflecting off of that and coming to your eye. And because of that differential of intensity, your eye sends an electric signal to your brain, and then your brain produces the simulation of a shadow, which you see in your physical field, your visual field.
A better way to put it would have been to say that all dead animal is meat, but only dead meat from a pig is pork. That's how pagans end up worshiping these things, and they become demonic forces. Is because the pagans will worship the spiritual reflection of a mountain, or the spiritual reflection of the animal that is a goat, or something. And it's very easy for Satan to start manipulating shit then, because these spirits, if it's the spirit of a mountain, all it knows how to do is be a fucking mountain, as it was designed to do. That's why animals don't have souls.
No, pagans don't worship animals and different physical objects because these things have spirits. Pagans worship these things because it's a lot easier for us to worship things that we see in reality than to worship God that transcends reality. God created these things, and these things are the forces that operate in God's creation. So the pagan just doesn't see past that, right? But All of these things were created by God. It's not because these things have a spirit that pagans worship them, right? Like mountains don't have spirits. There is no spirit of the mountain or spirit of the ocean.
Everything created by God has a spirit. It's not like a ghost like you're imagining.
Oh, great spirit of the ocean! We look to the east gate upon the spirit of the ocean. Like, that's just silly, right?
Okay, all right, let's get Latin about it. How about platonic form? You know that term? Everything has a platonic form. The spirit of a mountain, to use the non-fucking hippie way of saying it, would be the platonic form of a mountain.
No, explain. I don't really understand the definition of platonic form.
All right, another way to put it, a more Christian way to put it, a C.S. Lewis way to put it, would be that everything in our world has a perfect reflection in heaven and a terrible reflection in hell. That heaven and hell are mirrors of the world we live in.
What, are you eating chips now, 3-4?
No, that's a cheap trouble.
I played my keyboard. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's all right. I was wondering. Sorry, Shaggy, go ahead.
No, I totally fell for that. I totally believe that was not an attempt to troll. But, I mean, I don't care. It's what the internet is. No, my point was that heaven and hell, if you believe people who I regard as far holier than myself, like C.S. Lewis, a fictionist, but one who wrote exclusively about Christianity and Christian ideals, that heaven and hell are very similar to Earth. Just like there's a New York on Earth, there's a New York in heaven and a New York in hell. But that's not to say Kolab. We're not talking about Kolab here. We're talking about the spiritual realm. I want to make that very clear. Kolab is where Jesus physically fucking lives. Like, that's an actual fucking planet orbiting an actual fucking eternal star that is actually fucking God. So, and also
I don't know. I think this is all, I think this is all, I don't want to say batshit, but like, I don't know what other word to use.
David, I could make up a lie a lot easier than this shit was.
But where the flaw comes in, Shaggy, where the flaw comes in is appealing to someone like C.S. Lewis, right? Like, the words of C.S. Lewis, although he might say a lot of things that are correct, C.S. Lewis is a man, and we need not take our theology from men. We need only take our theology from the Bible. And there's a lot of value in getting together and tossing ideas around with each other so we can better understand the Bible, but we shouldn't look at any man's words or any theologian's words like their gospel. All theologians and all men that speak of theology are correct about some things and incorrect about some things. And if C.S. Lewis said that there's a New York in heaven and a New York in hell, well, I think that that's obviously incorrect. I don't think the human mind is able to conceptualize what heaven truly is or hell. I think a lot of people want to think... Hold on. I think a lot of people want to think that when they go to heaven, it's like this big city that they hang out with, and it's like a physical place like we would know on Earth. And they hang out with their families there that have died. I think that's silly.
I don't want you to think I believe that either. That's not what I believe.
Well, then why would there be a New York in heaven and a New York in hell, right? Like,
because there's one. All right. So what we're talking about, the spiritual realm. It's not somewhere you go. It's something that exists simultaneously alongside you. Your soul, the spiritual realm. Time doesn't apply there either. The reason a lot of people would, I guess, perceive it as heaven. Now, talking about shit where time doesn't apply, I don't know if I have the words to appropriately explain that without sounding like an idiot. I mean, I can understand it, but trying to put it into words on the fly is going to be a bit fucking difficult. But I'll try here. I mean, the fact of the matter is, if you believe in what C.S. Lewis was saying, using Narnia and all that shit as like an allegory, is that what heaven actually, or the spirit, or whatever actually is God's idea.
But what I'm saying, we need not invoke Narnia to understand heaven, right? Like, we need only invoke the Bible.
Well, yeah, I know, that's true. And without the Bible, all that other shit is useless. But once you have read the Bible, reading that other shit like Lord of the Rings,
Well, Narnia and Lord of the Rings gives you a better understanding of what it says in the Bible. Like, I think that's silly. Like, it might help you gain some insight, but like, it's not a biblical source, right?
The reverse. Reading the Bible gives you a better understanding of what those authors were saying. Because they read the Bible when they wrote those stories. And if you're a fan of those stories, you should read the Bible because that's the source from where it all springs. All creativity, all human beauty stems from God. And second to the Book of Mormon...
Hold on, Shaggy, the stream went... Oh, no, okay, the stream's back. It went down for a sec.
Say what?
Stream went down for a second there. My apologies.
I don't care. I don't care what chat hears. I was just talking to you guys. But
I haven't been saying anything, so I've just been enjoying the debate. I don't want it to be a 2v1.
That's cool. I mean, I'm largely just explaining myself. I don't attempt to convert Surfer. His opinions on who I am and my beliefs are entirely his, and I want him to believe what he feels God would want him to believe. That's largely why I don't leave the Mormon Church is because when I pray about it and I ask God, am I in the right place? I feel in my heart, he tells me yes. And maybe that sounds cringe and gay, but genuinely
you see, where I disagree with that is that's a vision of the heart, right? Like, I don't think we're supposed to believe what we think God wants us to believe. We're supposed to believe something very objective that's laid out for us in the Bible. And we read in the book of Jeremiah, for instance, that there's false prophets at the time that they prophesy about the visions of their heart. So I think it's important for us to be careful that we don't get our theology from the visions of our heart and what we think in our heart, but we do try to read the Bible with a critical mind and an open heart and actually gain our theology from that instead of what we come up with in our hearts, right?
I mean, as a Latter-day Saint, I do read the Bible. The book of Scripture I read from is not the Book of Mormon, it's the Quad Bible. I call it the Quad Bible. It's literally the entirety of what I would regard as relevant Scripture.
It's like in Yu-Gi-Oh! When you bring all the pieces of Exodia together, or like in Dragon Ball Z where you bring all the Dragon Balls together. It's the Quad Bible. You collect the four pieces and you bring them together, and then you summon Exodia.
I mean...
You summoned Lorgar!
I will admit that there is a fantastical element to the Mormon faith, but that's partially why I think it's so highly valued in the eyes of God. I think it's truly a work of art that truly does glorify the Lord and is highly esteemed in his appraisal. I would not be here if I didn't think Jesus wanted me to be here. And maybe I don't know the history. I wasn't there at the founding of the Latter-day Saints Church. I never saw the golden plates myself. But as someone who truly loves Jesus Christ, I don't think I would be here if this was a satanic thing. I don't think I could pray out to Jesus, please tell me where I belong, and he would just ignore me like that. I mean, even if I displeased him, I think he'd give me some sign beyond just another person telling me. I mean, I don't believe in a silent God.
Well, maybe that's why we're having these interactions, Shaggy, to help get you to correct your path. I think when we read in the book of Numbers about Nadab and Abihu, Aaron had like 4 sons or whatever, right? And Nadab and Abihu...
I think Moses murdered him. I was hoping you'd read that. I've always suspected Moses murdered the both of them. And that's why
God murdered them on the spot. I think God immolated them on the spot, like burnt them alive.
You seem to have muted yourself.
That's because I'm playing the keyboard.
Yeah, no, I think I should be good. Can you hear me, Shaggy?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I can hear you.
I think God immolated, like he burnt alive Nadab and Abihu on the spot. I might be wrong about that, but he certainly killed them on the spot.
Yeah, that's what the Bible says. Well, the Bible says that, but here's the thing. I read that part of the Bible as a historical account, and it made me suspect what happened was that Nadab and Abihu challenged Moses for some sort of authority, because we've seen clashes between Aaron and Moses before. And I think that Moses, in some way, perhaps himself or with his followers, killed them. And to avoid any sort of schism, he forbid anyone from examining the bodies, burnt them horribly, and had them like carried out in such a fashion that no one would look at them.
Yeah, but Shaggy, then, like that's a lot of mental gymnastics, and I mean the actual, yeah, but you don't need to jump around at the mental gymnastics and speculate like that. It's like the moral of that story. Like why does it say in the actual story that God burnt them alive?
Because they tried to usurp Moses' position. They tried to do something that only Moses was allowed to do.
No, that wasn't it. That wasn't it, Shaggy.
They tried to offer all sorts of weird pagan shit they saw their friends offer.
It was because they offered extra... They did like weird foreign rituals. They burnt the strange incense. They didn't do what was said in the law. It wasn't to usurp Moses' position, but they were trying to worship God as their heart directed them to. And the reason I bring up that story is because you said that God likes Mormonism and like has a special place for Mormonism because of this like creative and like fantastical like rituals and things they do. But what happened to Nadab and Abihu when they tried to do exactly that?
Again, I've always suspected Moses murdered them.
That's what I mean, right? Like that's mental gymnastics that deviate from that. Because that's not the only example, right? Like
at least let me explain myself here.
Yeah.
Because I read that story before I was a Mormon, and I suspected it then because Moses had complete control over the writing of that. Moses had clashed with his brother before to the death of 3,000 people, or at least that happened afterward. I don't remember whether the golden calf happened before or afterward, but those were Aaron's followers. And in the end, it's not the Moses priesthood I was baptized into, it's the Aaronic priesthood. Moses never saw the Holy Land, and here's the real skeptical thing. I mean, the thing that makes me really skeptical more than anything else. The final part of that whole saga where Moses died is written on a mountain between God and Moses.
Yeah.
But who wrote it? If it happened between God and Moses, who was the one writing it down? Well, that would have been Aaron.
Yeah, but there's a couple misconceptions here, right? Like the golden calf when Moses came down from the mountain, that wasn't a conflict between Moses and Aaron. The reason why Aaron was the speaker was because when God directed Moses in Egypt to lead the people out of Egypt, Moses didn't want to speak. He didn't have the self-confidence. So he asked for Aaron to do that for him. And that's why God ordained Aaron to do that. But it wasn't a conflict. Moses actually didn't want to lead. It wasn't a competition for leadership between Moses and Aaron. And when Moses went up to the mountain on Mount Sinai and brought down the law and they were worshiping the golden calf and everything like that, it wasn't because that's what Aaron directed them to do. It's because the people asked Aaron to make the earrings out of gold and to make this golden calf. And Aaron just said, yeah, okay, if that's what you want to do that. Right? It wasn't a leadership competition. And it's a lot of mental gymnastics to say that it was like this competition between Moses and Aaron and not a symbiotic thing. And that's what led Moses to murder Nadab and Abihu as a part of this like power struggle. Like that's a lot of mental gymnastics that deviate from what it actually says, right?
To that, I don't want you to think that that's Mormonism. That isn't. This is just my own personal... Joseph Smith never said any of that. That is just my own personal impression. You asked about Nadab and Abihu. My own personal thoughts. It looks like, throughout the story of Moses and Aaron, it looks like they hated each other, and it looks like Aaron eventually killed Moses up on that mountain and took his place. That's honestly what and I may be wrong, but I don't think God will be sending me to hell for being wrong about a historical event that took place between a bunch of Jews thousands of years ago.
Moses wasn't Jesus, right? And Moses Moses took credit for bringing water from the stone, where he should have given credit to God, and that's why he wasn't allowed to enter the promised
That again
land.
is another reason I'm skeptical. God doesn't condemn people for misspeaking when he knew all along that Moses had a speech impediment and wasn't good at speaking on the fly.
No, you're misunderstanding that though, Shaggy. The reason wasn't because he misspoke, but the reason was because he didn't give the glory to God. And that's just one example of what we see again and again, how we're taught in all these different examples that we're not meant to glorify ourselves. Most people want to glorify themselves, but that leads to evil. We're supposed to glorify God with our actions and our words, right? So that was Moses' sin. But hold on, before you make your point, it wasn't passed down to Aaron after that to lead the people. Moses was leading the people, and Aaron's line had the priesthood. After that, it was passed to Joshua to lead the people, right? So, like, it wasn't a power struggle between Moses and Aaron. That's silly.
Correct. You've corrected me there. I still think that there was a power struggle, and here's one other reason why. And I know you're going to laugh. But there was an episode of The Twilight Zone, I believe, where there's these people who are stranded on Mars or some other planet. They've been there a long time, and they've all been under the leadership of this one guy who keeps them together by saying, we'll all stay together. But eventually the rescue operation shows up, and they're like, well, when we get back to Earth, we're all going to move to different countries. And it horrifies him, because he's made this colony into his family, and the thought of them breaking up is so horrible, he tries to convince the colony to just stay on Mars, even though it's a dead colony. And in the end, he gets left there by himself, and it's a really tragic and scary ending and all that. But that sort of reminds me of Moses, where keeping him in the desert for 40 years, I wonder, did Moses lead them into the desert specifically so he could keep control over these people and just not lead them out of the desert as God had wanted them to?
No, God condemned them to walk through the desert for pagan worship and weird things. And the reason why they did that actually is because they followed the machinations of their heart and decided to worship foreign gods and separate themselves from God, right? And I think we have the tendency to do this. I think that's why you give me all these extra biblical analogies, because we have the tendency as human beings to look at the observations that we observe with our five senses and the stories we hear and try to gain wisdom from that, right? But the only wisdom of God's wisdom comes.
There's Mormons in the church who tell me the exact same thing you're telling me. There's Mormons in the church who really hate it when I bring up Chronicles of Narnia or Twilight Zone or anything.
No, but Shaggy, that's exactly why the pagans worship pagan gods, right? And why people worship science as the New Age religion, because these are observations of the five senses. But they're not gospel. Our observations, realistically, everything we observe with the five senses is a simulation. And I don't say that as in we live in a simulation, but reality is a very real, objective thing. But the brain's way of perceiving it is a simulation of that reality. And the only thing that's pure is God's word. And the pagan cultures, they had these observations around them, and they didn't see past them, but they worshipped what they observed with their eyes. And that's the same reason why the people like Nadab and Abihu, and there's different examples throughout the Bible, I'm sure, too, of people that start to do worship after the machinations of their heart and the observations of their senses, and they're ultimately condemned because they've turned to God. And that's not to say that all pagans were condemned. As we read in the book of Romans, I think one of the first couple chapters, but the pagans that did good in their heart, that the gospel never came to, were saved, because God's law is written in their hearts. And even though they worshiped foreign gods and whatnot, they still did what God's law was in their heart, and the law just never came to them. I think that someone who is a Mormon, and it was never shown to them these ideas in the Bible, but they practice Mormonism, or they practice Catholicism, or they practice
the Bible,
or they practice whatever it is, and they still do what's good in their hearts, will be saved. But as soon as the gospel is brought to them, if they don't turn to the gospel, if they continue on in that, they will be condemned, right? And that's my fear for you, Shaggy.
That would mean all Mormons are condemned. We also read the Bible. The Bible is part of our religion. Just as the Old Testament is part of both the Jewish and Christian religion, the Bible is part of both traditional Christianity.
And as we read in the book of John, the Pharisees and the Jews at the time of Christ that read the scriptures and talked about the scriptures every Sabbath, they, because of their pride and whatnot, they misinterpreted it completely. And it was almost like that they were unconsciously, willingly, ignorant of it. Because if they truly, were seeking out the knowledge of the Old Testament, they would turn to Christ. But as much as they proclaimed that God was their father, God says, you are of your father, the devil. You aren't of Abraham. If you were of Abraham, you would understand that I am the Christ. But you don't. So you're of your father, the devil.
We worship Christ. I have a poster of Jesus literally on my wall here.
But when Christ in John 8,
but I chose Jesus.
Yeah, but in John 8, when Christ is speaking to the Pharisees, they say, and in fact, I'll flip to it. I think it's John chapter 8. I just did this study with the family. What do the Pharisees say?
Your Bible is doing... you got your family to do Bible study with you?
Yeah.
That's pretty impressive. My family thinks I've gone insane. They support me being a Mormon only because they think that's better than the shit I was into before, which was basically just obsessing over H.P. Lovecraft, Robert E. Howard, and various other authors.
Yeah.
Stupid shit. Well, not stupid. I mean, there's a lot of wisdom to be found in the writings of the founders of Western fiction. It's just that, it's like I'm trying to teach this kid we got here now, philosophy and shit, the ideas conjured up by men, they'll only lead you to misery. They can lead you to a lot of interesting ideas and speculations, but they'll never lead you to happiness. It only comes from God. And I genuinely believe if the Mormon Church was not a true church, I wouldn't have that connection with you. I genuinely do have a connection with Christ. That gives me the courage to do shit I couldn't do before, like this dental shit. I just would have chickened out before. I would have straight up like a bitch. I would have ran and that's something I think it was Tolkien that said that those who are not Christians or don't have some faith in God have to contend with the terrors of the world with much less courage, even if they appear stronger. Courage comes from God. It doesn't come from within. It comes from without.
No, I think you are right about that, Shaggy, and I think your theology is way more on point than it used to be when, like you said, you followed Lovecraft and had more of a pagan mindset. But not to say that my theology is perfect, but I think Mormonism is very flawed. For maybe I haven't expressed it the best, but the ideas I pointed out, and probably more, and I think that eventually you will see the light of that. But I think that what's brought you to Mormonism is turning to Christ, and you haven't completed your journey yet, right?
Well, look, I asked Christ to tell me which church to join, and immediately the idea that came to my head was the Mormons. And the next day I literally saw Mormons, walking down the street, and sure enough, they came to my door, knocked on it, and I was on my way to go to the store. And so I turned around, walked back, and said, "Hey, I live at that house. I'd actually like to talk to you guys." And it seems like a much more honest faith in many regards than what the people across the street from me practice. And I brought this story up before, but growing up, there was a family across the street from me of devout Christians, and I believe they were actually Church of Christ. And you'd go into their house, they had pictures of Jesus everywhere. They literally had toilet paper with Bible quotes on it. Not toilet paper, Kleenex. Now, I don't know why you'd want to blow your nose on the gospel.
That's silly.
To me. But it literally had, and you can bet that the stuff that their toilet paper came in had Jesus shit on it. They bought all their stuff from this weird Jesus corporation. Their sheets, their pillows, literally fucking everything. Just Jesus stuff everywhere. Well, I thought of them as the most Christy family on earth, and not only did that turn me off of Christianity for a decade and a half, but I later found out that their entire family fell apart when the patriarch of the family just fucking disappeared one day, and they found out like 3 years later that he was in Brazil with another family that he had. So, I mean, for all that piousness, it was all fake. It was all bullshit.
But I would also say, Shaggy, it's not, we're not supposed to worship idols and the creations of the human hand. And I would say that these pictures of Jesus and people that have crosses up all over, we're not actually supposed to worship the image of a cross. We're not actually supposed to worship the man-made image of Christ, but we're supposed to worship Christ as we're taught in the Bible. And it doesn't indicate, it's not a proof to me that someone's like a pious Christian, that they have images of Christ and of the cross up. I think a lot of that's vanity, right?
I know that now because I'm an adult, but at the time, that was my idea.
No, I think you're right, Shaggy, but I also think it's a false dialectic between that and Mormonism, just like it's a false dialectic between Catholicism and Protestantism. And they obviously weren't righteous, but that doesn't make the Mormon Church righteous, right?
Well, hold on, right? Not actually, like, my point is actually, one interesting side note. Mormons don't use the cross, and we agree with you. You're not supposed to worship idols, and the cross has become an idol. That's a device that was used to torture Jesus, and the salvation of mankind didn't even happen up there, as we believe. We'd sooner worship the image of a grail than a cross, but we don't do that.
Or a pentagram.
We don't have an image that we worship.
Or an inverted pentagram.
The image that we worship, it would be of a grail. But in any case, the point is that while many Christians I have known, who I would regard as true Christians, were incredibly flawed people in various ways when it came to the treatment of other human beings, I have met Mormons in some really fucked up situations in my life who were still exceptional Christians. For example, when I was in this really shitty group home, one of the few people who work there who is not a fucking monster to me was a devout Latter-day Saint. Latter-day Saints, and here's the thing, Restorationist Christianity, each and every branch of that pretty much has a widely divergent theology. For example, like, consider the Quakers and how different they are. Like, they believe that you're not even supposed to have sex, even though that will result in the death of the human race, which they see as the rapture. That's definitely not what Mormons believe. But that, too, is a restorationist branch of Christianity. It just seems, for someone who doesn't, who is against Freemasonry and so concerned with Freemasonry, I'm surprised you're the Church of Christ. But I've already covered that.
Well, Shaggy, I'm not actually of the modern human organization, the Church of Christ. Like, I am a non-denominational Christian. When I say I'm of the Church of Christ, I mean that I'm just I'm a Christian. That's it. But the modern Church of Christ, as a human organization, has gone corrupt. I can,
Yeah,
I
you
can tell
told
you,
me that.
I can tell you that
I've
100%.
been drinking a little. I've been drinking a little at this stage, so you'll forgive me. You did tell me that. I had misplaced that in my memory. But in any case, I mean, I would just suggest to you that perhaps, given that we both acknowledge that the truth of God is actually far beyond our comprehension, that we as a race, the one thing we're really supposed to do, as birds are designed to carry the seeds of plants from one place to another, and some animals are designed to keep populations of other animals under control. I would say humans are designed to create art for the joy and happiness of the Lord. And the sort of art that the Lord enjoys most is religion and the art that comes from religion. And I would also argue that of all...
I don't know where you'd get that idea, though, that like God has created humans for the express purpose of creating art.
Well, hold on. One last piece to that is that I would say is if each church is like a tree in the Lord's garden, that the Mormon tree has the most fruit and the sweetest fruit. That this is the most sacred tree of knowledge in the Lord's garden.
No, but it doesn't. It doesn't, right? Like, I think most churches that exist, it's very hard to find a church in the modern times that it isn't corrupt. Like, as in terms of a physical institution, the true church exists where two or more Christians come together. It's not in a specific building. It's not under a specific denomination. And I think there are saved Christians that exist in probably almost every church that there is. But most churches have gone corrupt. And I think just like the Catholic Church is corrupt and the human institution of the Church of Christ is corrupt, almost every Protestant church is corrupt. I think the Mormon Church also is corrupt. And in a lot of very obvious ways, right? And I think you were meant to get to Mormonism, Shaggy. I think that is an important piece of your journey, that Mormonism has helped you a lot. And the charity of specific Mormons that you've known throughout your life has brought you to that. But I think you will see that the Mormon Church is corrupt for maybe not specifically the reasons I've pointed out, but the reasons that be. And I think you will come to the light. I think you have a very open mind. You're very inquisitive.
I sadly have to confess that the church as it is today has fallen. I want to express my beliefs on that since you bring it up. And this is not a Mormon belief held widely, but it has been held by more than a few of my brethren whom I've met, that the current prophet is like unto Balaam, meaning that knowingly or unknowingly, he is the prophet, but he's not serving God as he should be. Specifically, we believe that in regards to vaccine and perhaps the Russia invasion, if God truly is on the side of the ROC. But, I mean, my whole point here is that, if God truly isn't on the side of the... Alright, no, now I remember. Yes, one other thing that C.S. Lewis wrote that I found really inspiring, and I think truly is inspired of God, if you were to ask me, is the idea that whereas Aslan represents God and this satanic figure Tash represents the devil, it is said that no service that is good can be rendered unto Tash, and no service that is vile can be inflicted onto Aslan, which is to say that you cannot offer up evil unto God, and you cannot do good in service to the devil. No matter what you worship, be it Allah or Buddha, if you offer up good works, they inherently belong to God, for all that is good is by rights the property of the Lord. That is his lawful property and cannot be taken from him. Therefore it is that no good soul shall end up in the bowels of hell, and no evil soul shall slink his way, no matter how crafty, through the gates of heaven.
Yeah, I think that when Paul talks about the pagans that are saved without being under the law, it's because the law is written on their heart, and it's a spiritual thing. And this is sort of what happened after Christ. The kingdom became less fleshly and more spiritual. And we're meant to turn to God in spirit, but the flesh is corrupt. And you're right. Like, there is even pagans that are saved because they followed what it was written on their heart. The law.
You may find this incredibly, I don't know if you'd say this is heretical, but I've always seen that Mormonism is much more in practice like paganism than it is like other forms of Christianity. And I honestly believe that Christ, as opposed to the Israelite God, would rather, not be worshipped as the pagans worshipped their gods, not necessarily. But I do believe that the ancient traditions of the Druids were more close to the heart of God than, say, the ancient traditions of the Jews.
Well, that's silly, Shaggy. Like, Christianity is literally an extension of the ancient traditions of the Jews. But
I agree with that.
I understand completely where that comes from, and that's one of the reasons why I say that Mormonism is a subversive element meant to corrupt the church. Because they say, just like straight out of Freemasonry. There's truth in all religions. The religion of the Druids is correct. We all worship the same God. Like, it's silly, right? And it's subversive.
I would argue. Well, let me argue why that if you include Christ, yes, the religion of the Druids is correct. Christ is not Jewish. He's Kolabian. He's a perfect alien from the planet Kolab. That's why he looks like a Norwegian, is because the race on Kolab looked like
Christ was never described as looking like a Norwegian, right? And also, where in the Bible are you getting that Christ came
Look
from
at every
Kolab?
image of Christ. Like Christ doesn't look Jewish.
Yeah, but these are man-made images. Once again, we're not supposed to worship man-made images, right? You agreed with me on that.
Historical records outside the Bible of Jesus, like the records of the Romans who jailed him, described him as being pale and looking more like a Viking than a Jew. So, like, the fact of the matter is that Christ looked like a white man because the body that he grew up into was one of God's design. It didn't include.
Yeah, but this doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter whether Christ was white or black. Like, this is something that doesn't even matter.
He was literally not human. He was literally a being with perfect control of his physical form and perfect knowledge. Like a Kolabian, he's like Superman. He's like a Kryptonian, dude. Like it's
this is silly. This is silly, Shaggy. This doesn't come from anywhere in the Bible, right? This is a pipe dream that Joseph Smith has come up with to try to delude people into subverting the church, right? And what I'm saying is the Mormonism has brought you, to begin your path to Christ. But, like, you do need to repent of the Mormonism as it's shown you these flaws of Mormonism, or else you won't make it to the end of that journey. You will fall off the path. Like Eli fell off the path at the start of the book of Samuel, right? Like this is completely batshit insane that Christ is a space alien from planet Kolab, right?
Look, I can tell you this. I will remain loyal to Christ in heart and prayer for the rest of my days, and I will remain.
No, but also too, right? Like, when you say something like you prayed to God which church to join as a specific denomination, and then in your mind you said Mormonism, like, that didn't come from God, right? Like, that came from your heart. And similar.
How do you know? How would you know?
Because God doesn't speak to us in our minds. The day of revelation is over. It passed after the time of the book of Acts. And
I'll tell you this. There's never been a song that has brought me to tears, but I have literally been brought to tears by prayer itself. And I know this as the presence of God. That presence is what I worship. I worship
God is present in your mind, right? But God doesn't speak to you. Like, the voice in your head comes from you.
No. God does speak to us. You can talk directly to God, and He will actually talk to you. If you listen, it's a small, soft voice, and it speaks to you in words that you know, because God is only utilizing you. Yeah, but yes, God will actually talk to you.
Like,
Literally.
it's possible for the human mind to delude itself into believing that, but that's just simply not true, right? And it actually, it'll actually turn people away from the path of God saying that, because they'll think, why don't I have this voice in my head? It's because it doesn't
Everyone
exist.
has access to it. Everyone has access to it.
Well, that's what I mean. When you say something like that, and in reality, people don't actually have that, they think, oh, well, I must just be, it might be impossible for me to be saved. I may as well turn from God.
Well, hold on. I thought of that, and here's the weird fucking thing. It's like if you go to a Mormon church, you'll see dude after dude get up there meaning to read this speech, and then he'll break down fucking crying like a bitch, and we all know what that is, because we all go through that. Like, each and every, 130 fucking people can be in the room, and ain't a single person is gonna bat an eye at a fucking 34-year-old dude who never cries, who, is the most, masculine fucking badass, breaking down crying like an 8-year-old who just lost his favorite toy, because he can't finish his speech because, he's actually feeling the presence of God. And that's actually something in other churches.
That's not because of the presence of God, though, Shaggy. That's a construct of the mind. The reason why they're crying isn't because God's having them cry, right?
It wouldn't happen to everyone who fucking joins. I can see it being a massive
In fact, the
area.
reason they're crying is just because they're that passionate in what they're saying. And the reason why they're taught to be that passionate in what they're saying is because what they're saying is largely a lie. And if they're that passionate, they'll hold on to the lie and they'll sell it a bit easier.
No, because here's the thing. I've experienced myself, and it's not like that. I've been very passionate. I'm very passionate about H.P. Lovecraft or Tolkien. I will fucking bore you to death with that shit. My politics and my beliefs, I'm very passionate about them. But only talking about Jesus Christ, only my religion, only my faith will have me crying like a little girl. In fact, I'm embarrassed to admit this, right? I've listened to some dude, dude who's actually
but Shaggy, those tears.
Hear me out. Hold on, please, hear me out, right? I was watching a fucking murder documentary, an amateur murder documentary by some guy who was imitating another guy's style of doing shit, and he briefly paused to read from the Bible in order to provide evidence for some shit. And for some reason, I started crying like a bitch, and only afterwards did he reveal that he'd actually been a pastor for 4 years, and that's why it's not fucking fake. What
it is the mind self-deluding itself, right? If the mind can conjure that level of emotion, the mind can convince itself of its own lies. It's not God telling you to cry because you're so convicted in your faith.
That is literally that's the Holy Spirit. That is literally the Holy Spirit. If you experience the Holy Spirit, it will make you cry like a woman. In front of everyone. Even if you really don't want to. Even if you really, really don't want to. It's not from the mind.
In the book of Acts, on the day of Pentecost, when the disciples are speaking in tongues, are any of them just weeping in tears and unable to speak?
No, those guys are being faggots. Don't compare this to that.
No, we're talking about the day of Pentecost. We're literally talking about the Holy Spirit coming upon 120 Christians and then inspiring 3,000 more to join the church. These aren't faggots, Shaggy. It's in fact Mormons standing at the pulpit and crying to self-delude themselves on their insane beliefs that are being faggots.
Okay,
right?
But here's the deal. When I'm still skeptical, if that was true, I can guarantee you it wouldn't affect me. I would not stand by this church with such loyalty.
No, Shaggy, what I'm saying is you literally stand by the church with such loyalty because your brain is powerful enough to bring yourself to tears and conjure up that level of passion to reinforce your beliefs, right?
No, like that's an atheistic argument, and moreover, I'm literally a professional in psychology. I can tell you that there's a huge difference between what someone who's under the power of a charismatic.
Well, I'm a medical expert also, Shaggy. You know that.
What?
I said I'm a medical expert also, Shaggy. You know that.
You are? No, I didn't know that. What is your profession?
I'm just fucking with you, Shaggy. There's one thing I want.
More than 5% of doctors.
Well, look, I'm just trying to convey to you here. You're not gonna like just the experience I've had. I've been moved to tears by shit before, but it doesn't feel like it's a specific feeling that before I was a Mormon, I was a very devout pagan. I want to impress upon you that I was not a Saturday, a weekend warrior pagan. I genuinely was.
No, you weren't some faggot atheist that just wants to tip the fedora and doesn't actually believe in anything. Like when I was a Luciferian, Shaggy, I was very zealous in my beliefs then. And when I realized I was wrong and converted to Christianity, I've been a very zealous Christian ever since. And that's something we have in common. We're both very zealous of our beliefs. So I get that. I understand most Reddit tier atheists are actually wishy-washy idiots that don't have any beliefs. They're scared to take a stance and have beliefs. But you're something very different than that. I understand.
Yeah, and that's like a lot of people ask why Bells of Nevermore bothers me and why I harp. It's because I know what paganism is, and half of me wants to help her, and half of me is offended that she's a fake pagan. Because I actually used to value that shit, and a part of me still feels like if you're gonna do it, don't make it something cheap and stupid. That you're gonna scam people with tarot card and cold readings and shit. No, but my whole point is when I was a pagan, I believed it to the degree that even having converted, I still have a bit of sentiment, despite myself, for those old ways, those old beliefs. And maybe that's why I feel so at home in Mormonism, is because it's so, in many ways, so very similar to that ancient and sacred Druidic faith. But I would just say that, in regards to all of those ancient traditions, it seems to me that. I'm sorry. What were we talking about?
Well.
I drank too much now.
That's all right, Shaggy. You know, I think, to use an extra biblical analogy myself, I'm going to say Rome wasn't built overnight. And I think your affinity to Mormonism probably largely does come from your affinity to the pagan belief beforehand.
Remember,
and
you can see that I still love those pagan traditions, but I have never.
Well, that's what I mean, and that's why.
In return. Well, hold on.
Well, no, hold on, Shaggy. Hold on, Shaggy. I think that's why it was important for you to come to Mormonism before, you really saw the truth in Christ. Because I think it might have been impossible for you to go directly from paganism to Christianity. But because of your affinity to the similarities you see in the Mormon Church, I think Mormonism is a transitory stage for you that I think is very important. Without it, you wouldn't be saved. But it's still just a transitory stage that you need to keep moving through, right?
Well, when my first introduction to Christianity was actually Christian metal, and it was heavily, crosses everywhere. It was very, very grifty, very not Mormonism, and even there, I gotta tell you, as much as I loved paganism, I never felt that any of those gods loved me, even the gods that were supposed to love you. I never was moved to tears by a feeling that they loved me back, and with cross Christianity, as I call it, I was never moved to tears by the feeling that I was. Well, no, I was actually often. That's a lie. But with ever since it's only with Christ really did I really begin to feel that there's a God that loves me in return. And with Mormonism specifically, I had an ideology that I feel Christ would actually agree with.
Well, actually, I think it is a very powerful thing. And you know what? I found myself in different churches when I'm singing the hymns, and I think in my mind while I'm singing and I'm expressing myself about the how I could be forgiven. Because I used to be a real sinner in my youth, right? But I thought how I could be forgiven. And the true beauty and the true magnificence of Christ's sacrifice and the what that means. And how I don't deserve to be saved, but I can be saved through Christ. And that is something that's brought me to tears as I've been singing in different churches. So I think that might be the feeling you're talking about. But that is I don't know, I think that comes from a feeling of not being worthy and just being so thankful it brings you to tears.
Yeah, no, I get that, but I think those feelings are byproducts of the Lord's Prayer. We are specifically taught in the Mormon Church that the crying thing, that the thing that makes you cry, that is actually Jesus being close to you. And
well, I think that you're right in the sense that it's you getting emotional over Jesus being close to you, even though you're a sinner and don't deserve to be saved, right? It's I think that's right, but I don't think that proves Mormonism, just like it doesn't prove the validity of any of the denominational churches that I was at when that happened to me, right?
So you believe in non-denominational Christianity specifically?
Yeah. I identify as a Christian. I don't identify under any denomination. I've been baptized in the name of Christ. It is simply Christ that I follow. It is not any human organization that's a denomination. Just like it says Paul writes in the first book of Corinthians that we're not supposed to be of Cephas or of Apollos or of Paul, but we're simply all of Christ, right?
Yeah. And I mean, the truth of the matter is, when you get down to the end of it, currently, I think if I left the Mormon Church, no matter how I explained it before the Lord, Jesus would be really ashamed of me. And so I'm not going to leave for that reason specifically.
But why is that? Why would Jesus be ashamed of you if you're leaving the Mormon Church?
Well, I'll explain, right? Hey, you're a soldier, a foot soldier, and your general says, maintain this position. Whatever you do, hold this position. And as you're doing that, you see a big explosion. So you drop your position, and you immediately run over to where the explosion is. And as a result of that, the enemy invades from where you were supposed to be guarding. Now, is the general of that army gonna be happy with that soldier for running over to help at the site of the explosion?
Yeah, but no. Nowhere in the Bible does it direct us to remain true to the Mormon Church, right? So that's a false analogy, complete false equivalence. In fact, we're taught to go out into all the world and spread the gospel, right? So
here's the thing. Now, I know this is Mormonism again, but God literally appeared to Joseph Smith along with Jesus Christ, and I think.
But he didn't. Joseph Smith lied.
Too, I think. I don't believe that.
Joseph Smith stole Muhammad's shtick and lied there, right? So you can't use that as an evidence. You might believe that, but you can't use that as an evidence in the context. In the Bible, nowhere does it say to hold true to Mormonism in specific.
The Bible is based on faith. I can only explain to you what my beliefs are and why they are what they are. I'm not asking you to believe. This isn't a court of law. I'm not asking you to be a Mormon. I'm just telling you where I'm coming from, and I can't get to that place without I can't get from where you are to where I am without Joseph Smith.
Well, you might not be asking me to be a Mormon, and that's good. I don't need that temptation, but I am asking you to become a Christian.
I believe that
to repent of your Mormonism and become a Christian, Shaggy.
Well, look, I think if you became a Mormon because I told you to do it, that likewise would be abandoning the position that God gave you. I think unless you felt Jesus told you to become a Mormon, you should not do it.
But sort of what I'm trying to say is because the kingdom is decentralized and we're told to go into all the nations and spread the word of God, and like we see in the examples of like Peter and Paul going from church to church and spreading the word of God, and how Jesus tells his disciples to go from city to city and spread the word of God, and when they're kicked out to just dust off their boots or whatever, and I don't think we're meant to centralize ourselves. But we are called to practice Christianity and follow Christ and spread the gospel. But like that's something that if we stick to one church, we won't do effectively. But we're actually meant to go around 2 different churches. And you leaving Mormonism to go to a different church isn't you abandoning your call as a Christian, but it's actually you enacting and following through on your call as a Christian, because you're evangelizing to all the different people all over, right?
Here's the point. Here's a point to that, and I just wanted to say, if you ever see Mormons or witnesses kick their boots at your door, that's our version of the middle finger. We do that to each other all the time when we see each other on the streets. But I'll tell you this, right? The whole Mormon faith is shit. I forgot again. I shouldn't be drinking while trying to make an argument, or I forget where I'm going.
The whole Mormon faith is silly, I think, is the crux of the argument. But anyways, I wanted to read to you this piece from from Romans 7. Not the part.
I remember. Hold on, just a sec. The reason, one realistic, real-world reason I don't abandon my church is because today, Sunday, first of the month, anyone can give a sermon, and that's a lot of churches. It's not just Mormons. But if I abandon my church, I'm literally the only one so far, other than one other dude, who will get up there and preach real shit, like how the Sodomites are destroying our country, how we as Christians need to remain true to our heritage, which, regardless of the heritage of the individual members, the church itself is a creation of European heritage. I will get up there and preach things no one else has the courage to say, and for that they have actually, one bishop tried to have me arrested for this shit. But the cop who was summoned actually got mad at the bishop because he was like, why did you call me here? I took an entire day off work, because he would usually pray at a different time because of his job.
Well, if they try to get you arrested, Shaggy, like that's what Christ said. He said when you go to evangelize these people, if they won't have you, move on to the next town. So if the bishop in the Mormon church you go to won't have you when you preach righteousness to them, is it really Christian to stay? Or is it Christian to dust off your boots and move on, Shaggy?
Listen, that was merely one bishop, and he was honestly a man who I believe had a problem with the sin of pride, even as I have a problem with the sin of sloth. But here is the deal.
Well, I think you might also have a problem with the sin of pride also, Shaggy, and I know that from a place of experience. I'm good at identifying it.
Well, we all have each of the major sins, unfortunately, will claw at us in this lifetime, but I think every man has a tendency towards one or two sins more than the others, and for me, I'm very lazy, and unfortunately, that's the flaw I need to overcome in life. But here's one other thing I would say is that even that man was a holier man than I am, and even that bishop, despite the fact that he was not exactly in line with what I would call, he wasn't really, I'll say this, even though he wasn't of great help to me, he was probably of immense help to various other people in that church. And I think the Mormon Church, more than any other church, is good at providing a stable sort of environment for people who genuinely want to come unto God. Because in a lot of churches, in pretty much any church, I could have
But Shaggy, we don't go to God for material gain. Material gain comes as a byproduct, but that's not like why we're supposed to go to God. So the argument that the Mormon Church provides for you and gave you a suit and gives you a place to live isn't like that's not why we're supposed to go to God, right? We're supposed to.
Hold on.
No, you hold on, Shaggy. We're supposed to lay up our treasures in heaven, not on earth. Christ gives a parable about that, about laying up treasures in a barn and then the barn burning down. We're supposed to lay up treasures in heaven, not earth. And treasures on heaven like a suit and a nice place to live in the compound.
You're literally quoting Joseph Smith. I think that's a Joseph Smith quote. The treasures in heaven, I'm pretty damn sure that's Joseph Smith.
Well, Joseph Smith probably quoted Jesus, right? And then took credit for that.
Jesus quote, then yeah, Joseph Smith often quoted Jesus. He often quoted Jesus.
But Joseph Smith would have went past quoting Jesus and then took credit for said quotes, right? Because he was trying to glorify himself as a false prophet.
He was not a false prophet.
Well, he obviously was, Shaggy. Shaggy, he literally said that he was the greatest prophet to ever live. Like, you told me that earlier in the conversation, right?
He was the greatest prophet. He was the greatest prophet to ever live, and you can actually prove that. He actually made... Listen, it's very controversial, but if you ask the church, and if you're persistent enough, they'll admit to you that he wrote an essay arguing why he was the greatest church. He was the greatest.
Well, that's what I mean, right? Like, literally, Christ says that they know he's the Christ because he's here to glorify the Father, not himself. When he talks about false prophets that would come and claim to be the Messiah and this and that, I think he says one of the ways to identify them is that they'll try to glorify themselves. And we've seen this again and again throughout history, men that proclaim themselves prophets and Messiah figures, and they do so glorifying themselves. They're looking for personal glory. And what you're telling me now is that Joseph Smith went as far as to write an essay about how he was the greatest prophet to ever live. That's just so transparent, right? And that's why, that's why I say that, like, Mormonism is obviously not correct. And obviously a cult that Joseph Smith has created to glorify himself. And that's why you need to leave Mormonism and become a Christian. It's I think you are a Christian in a lot of regards, but I think you are deluded by Mormonism, and that's something that on your own you'll come to repent of one day, or maybe you won't, but hopefully you do, because I don't know. I think that's pretty self-apparent that it's a scam when Joseph Smith writes himself an essay that he was the greatest prophet to ever live.
Yeah, no, I looked into it, and no, he did not claim to be greater than Jesus. He did claim to be greater than Moses, or any of the Old Testament prophets.
But this is what I mean. It's not a matter of like who is the greatest prophet. We're not told in the Bible who is the greatest prophet, because that's a subjective thing that doesn't matter. We might have favorite prophets, but it wasn't like Moses wasn't up on the mountaintop saying, "I am the greatest." He doesn't go up there and cut a promo, and on the other prophets.
The letter in which he makes all these claims, basically saying that no one had done so much for Christianity in all of human history other than Christ than him, was the same letter in which he was basically denouncing the Catholic Church and the Freemasons. He was basically using that to say that you guys consider yourself greater than the ancient prophets, and you consider yourselves greater than, myself, but he
hold on there, Shaggy. You said greater than the ancient prophets or myself. Like, he's literally condemning them for claiming to be greater than the ancient prophets, and in the same breath claims to be greater than the ancient prophets. You don't see how silly that is.
Well, hold on. He was saying that the ancient prophets were greater than the popes, and he had the authority to say that because he was greater than the ancient prophets.
Well, the popes weren't great. Like, the popes literally were the head of an organization that tried to re-centralize God's kingdom for political control. Just like the Mormons would later do in the 1800s, right? None of these people are great. They're all corrupt.
Now, well, hold on. I would like to point to you to the reign of a man named Borgia, a pope named Borgia and his family. During Machiavelli's time, these were the source of the poison that eventually killed the Catholic Church and left it a rotting corpse But even by the time
The
of
Catholic
Jesus,
Church
it
was doomed to
already
fail
dead.
from the start because they tried to re-centralize God's kingdom, right? And when Christ came,
because
part
they
of the
didn't-
reason was to decentralize it amongst people from all nations that would turn to Christ. It's not meant to be
an
centralized.
interesting-
Every organization that tries to re-centralize it has corrupt means. And there might be righteous
Well,
elements among them, but they're all doomed to fail because they're all corrupt.
Here is the
And that's
one-
what happened to the
here's the one
Catholics, as
difference.
you'll describe to me under the Borgias. That's also
Yeah,
what's happened with Mormonism, right?
Hold on. We have one difference, right? And there's still one difference, is that allegedly, and I believe this was true, and I still believe this is true. I struggle to say this because of political differences with our current leader, but no, I still affirm that the prophet of the Latter-day Saints Church receives direct orders from Jesus Christ himself. So our church is directly led by Jesus Christ from Kolab.
Like that's batshit, Shaggy. Jesus
I don't
doesn't
think so.
speak in the mind of the
I
prophet
say
of
that with
Mormonism.
100% confidence.
And
I believe this church is-
Kolab is a pipe dream.
I-
It is a misconception,
Hold on,
right? Like
and again,
it's
and
easy
again,
for us
getting-
to believe in something like Kolab, just like it's easy for many Protestants to believe that heaven.
I know.
Hold on, Shaggy,
Look,
don't cut me
I know
off.
it's-
It's easy for many
Alright.
Protestants to believe that heaven is like a physical place that they go to, like in any other physical place on heaven, and they hang out with all their family and everyone they used to know up in the city in the clouds. Like, that's a false conception, but it's easy for us to conceive these things because they're similar to what we know with our five senses. And Kolab is the exact same thing, just a bit more advanced,
No,
right?
it isn't. No, we don't go to Kolab when we die. We don't go to Kolab. Kolab is another planet. It's just where Jesus literally lives, and he's like a literal alien. Like
Where are the evidences of
he
this?
literally-
Where is one evidence of this?
Well, I mean, it's based on. I'm just telling you. You might laugh at me, but I genuinely, and I can say it without any humor or any sarcasm, I genuinely believe that this church is the only one that's actually run by an extraterrestrial race that is vastly superior to our own, and for that reason alone, I think it's a superior religion to the other ones. I think the other ones are inspired by these beings, the Elohim, but I don't think they're like directly.
No, like we literally read in the
involved.
Bible that there is one intermediary to God, and that's Jesus Christ. There isn't a race of Kolabians that's the intermediary to God. Like we
Well,
literally
Christ
read
is
verbatim in the New Testament that Christ is the intermediary to God, right?
Well, yes, Christ is the intermediary to the star of Kolab, his father, which is God, or perhaps he is God, like the star manifests as an avatar. No, they're different beings. That was explained by Joseph Smith. So Jesus Christ.
No, Christ is literally. Christ says in the book of John that before I think that's in chapter 8 again too. I could probably flip to it. But before Abraham, the Jews asked Christ if he's greater than Abraham, and he says, "Before Abraham, I was." And at the start of the book of, he says, "Before Abraham, I am," or whatever. And at the start of the book of John, Christ talks about how he's been there since the start of creation, right? Like Christ and God the Father are one and the same. Christ is God in human form. It's basically like your hand and your foot, Shaggy. They're two different elements of the same thing. It's not a race of Kolobians.
I listen. I don't have the authority or the knowledge to claim I know God and Jesus' direct relationship, but what I do believe is that the ultimate being is the star that the planet Kolab orbits, and Jesus Christ reigns on planet Kolab as king, and the beings on Kolab are all angels or.
But that's very pagan. And that's why I say, right, like I can see your affinity to Mormonism coming from paganism, because pagans like worshipped like the water and the air and the mountains and different physical beings, right? Mormonism is the same, except for it worships this star that Kolab orbits around. It's very easy for us to look at stars and think that they are God, right? Because there's something apparent to us with the five senses. But God actually transcends space and time. God isn't a star in the universe. God created all of the stars. The stars work in mathematical fashion that God has laid out. God transcends all of space and time, right?
Oh, it's just like, okay, so there's a lot, it's more complicated than that, because the star is, it in itself is just an avatar. But like, yes, God is the beginning and the end, the Alpha and Omega, but what I want to explain here is that when pagans are worshiping the spirits and shit, what they are actually worshiping is the Holy Ghost. Pagans, if they are good, worship the Holy Ghost. They just know it as a bunch of stories and shit. Right, but any benevolence from God that comes to them is through that power. I'm just telling you what I would believe in.
God is like, it's described in the Old Testament that what the pagans are worshiping are the constructs of man, and the they make idols that are the constructs of their hands, and they worship them. Right. But ultimately, what they're worshiping is the like physical things, material things that have been created by God. The Holy Spirit doesn't exist in the mountains. And in fact, the Holy Spirit wasn't given to man until right after the crucifixion. When Christ rose from the grave, he breathed the Holy Spirit into the 12 apostles. And on the day of Pentecost, the Holy Spirit was given on to the 120 there. And then as new Christians came into the church, the Holy Spirit came to them. Before that, the Holy Spirit wasn't something that existed in the mountains, right?
Well, let me just rephrase there, because I think I explained it really badly, okay? So pagans have no knowledge of the God of Israel, and they have no knowledge of Christ, but they do have a knowledge of a higher power, and that's the Holy Spirit. When a pagan prayed desperately, and God actually gave a shit enough about that person, his child, to respond, even though he called him by the wrong name, what he actually responded through was the power of the Holy Spirit, because he could not respond as the God of Israel, and he could not respond through the avatar of Christ. And moreover, the point I was trying to make is the only church that actually has, the Catholic Church is headquartered in Vatican.
Well, hold on, this is the pagan point, quick.
The Mormon Church is not headquartered in Salt Lake. It's headquartered in Kolab and run by Jesus Christ himself. Like, Jesus Christ literally runs this church, if you believe in it.
I have to stop taking everybody else.
Oh, there's 3-4 again.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, mute yourself.
I like Keeping Up Appearances, Last of the Summer Wine. I love British comedy. Last of the Summer Wine, when I was an infant, I called that the Chimney Show. And Star Trek was the Baldy Man Show. I don't know why the fuck am I telling the internet this shit. No one cares. Anyway.
Shaggy, I've actually got to go soon, but can I ask you one question?
Whatever you like, man.
Okay, so I didn't want to interrupt before because I thought it was quite interesting, just one-on-one debate. But very early on, you mentioned that you can't lie about your faith in Christ, but you can lie about other things as a Mormon. Like, what are these things you're allowed to lie about?
All right. Is this another bit about insurance fraud? Because it's funny.
I don't know. I'm wondering if this is related to faith, or is this just related to?
Oh, if you light your car on fire, you're allowed to lie about that.
Well, I'll explain. I've got I don't talk shit I don't know about. So here's the deal. All Latter-day Saint denominations, no matter which ones, even the official mainstream Latter-day Saint Church.
I'll be right back.
We've all got a history with problems with the government. To the degree, there was once a war between the United States and the Latter-day Saints Church when it was under Joseph Smith, when it was one organization. I don't know if Joseph Smith was dead. No, he was dead. Under Brigham Young. So when Brigham Young was in charge, well, actually, there were remnant factions even then. But, when there was a war between my church and the United States government, and other churches have taken even more shit than we have from the United States government. So, all Mormons are inherently going to distrust the United States government and want to give to what we believe is the storehouse of the Lord. We would much rather pay taxes to our church than the government. We would much rather trust the church to build the roads. We want a theocracy. Like, that's true no matter which denomination. Like, not all Mormons believe in theocracy, but all leaders of Mormon churches believe in theocracy. And all Mormons who know what the fuck they're involved in desperately desire a kingdom dedicated to Christ after the tradition of Joseph Smith. And it would be a better, happier world if we lived in that world.
Much like the Freemasons, Shaggy. Much like the Freemasons.
We have no hope of
Much like the Freemasons, Shaggy. Of course, the Mormons would want that because they come from Freemasonry. So of course they're utopian and trying to create heaven on earth. But this is silly and ultimately leads to hell, as we read about in the Tower of Babel story.
I don't want to believe that. That sounds like a terribly depressing worldview. I'm not going.
The kingdom of heaven is a spiritual thing. We will never establish heaven on earth. Earth and heaven are two very different things.
But we can at least have an
there has been conflict with the government since the time of Christ. Christ conflicted with the Jewish government. The Pharisees and the Jews that ruled, Judah at that time hated Christ and suck out to have him killed at every point. After the time of Christ, the first century church conflicted with the government. And
so I have a question.
The church has always conflicted with the government. Now the question is, why is that? And it's because the government, like we read about with Saul, seeks to glorify itself. King Saul seeked to glorify himself and became wicked. And because the government aims to maintain political control, the government turns from God and becomes wicked. And any human organization that has control will do likewise. And that's why the kingdom needed to be decentralized. That's why the Catholic Church has gone corrupt. That's one of the reasons why Mormons are so corrupt, because it can't be centralized. Once the human organization tries to glorify itself, it will go wicked. So the key isn't to have a theocratic government, because it will go corrupt. The government shouldn't be the arbiter of morality. It is the church that should be the arbiter of morality. And that's why a free state among a Christian people is what works best. The church is meant to lead people in morality, and when the people turn from the church, they become wicked. And then a wicked government is installed to fuck them up. And we need to get back to the church and not try to re-centralize weird ideas like deseret. No one wants to live in the deseret. There's probably a lot of sand in the deseret.
Well, yeah, it was supposed to be, and Deseret would have, it's funny you mentioned that, Deseret would have been Utah, Arizona, and Nevada. So yes, a lot of sand. But here's the deal, right? Here's the thing that you need to consider. If we can recreate Deseret and we declare Christ to be king with a literal throne, and we control the rest of the nations through some sort of, I don't want to say New World Order, but through some sort of system where we control everyone else, and we declare Christ to be the rightful ruler of planet Earth, he will actually fucking come here.
I don't...
That's not like bullshit. Like, that will actually fucking happen. He's an actual immortal alien, and we can get him to come here and help us. If we can finally establish the Latter-day Saints Church as it was meant to be, a kingdom of Deseret with the lineage of Joseph Smith as a rightful...
That's literally premillennialism. That's what the Freemasons and the modern Jews are trying to do in Israel. They're trying to rebuild the third temple to bring about the time of Christ. And it sounds like the Mormons are trying to do the exact same thing. I don't actually ascribe to premillennialism like that. I don't think we can invoke the coming of Christ in the end times. I think that's sort of batshit. I think we can.
Another big difference there, that this is an important one, right? The blood of Christ, because Christ had 3 wives, and it's true he did have a lot of children, but they were all killed. They were the leaders of the Sophists and the Gnostics. The Romans, before they became Christian, they killed them all. So if there is a royal bloodline for this New World Order, it has to come from Joseph Smith. It is actually the blood of Joseph Smith that will provide the lineage of new not kings really, of basically leaders who will bring about a world which Christ himself will come.
It makes a lot of sense to me that Joseph Smith would teach that, because he was on a quest to glorify himself and subvert the church. But we're just going to have to agree to disagree with this at this point. We do have another caller. Tux wants to call in, and Tux is another Mormon, so I'd love to hear the interaction between you two. Now, there's one... There's one last point I wanted to make to you first, though, Shaggy, before Tux comes on, and that's what I was trying to say earlier about in the 7th chapter of Romans, and it brings us back to earlier in the conversation.
A lot of what I believe, it's not what the Mormon Church. I've tried to tell you this a lot. A lot of other Mormons would look at me like I'm batshit crazy.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm very interested in your interaction with Tux. But before we get into that, Shaggy, I think this is important because it comes back to the Bible.
I've said this before in this conversation, I don't want you to think that I'm a representative of the Latter-day Saints Church. I'm someone who read the scriptures and came up with my own ideas using the brain.
Shaggy, I believe you're a free thinker. I do believe you're a free thinker. I do believe you have a very critical mind, and that's why I have a lot of faith in you. I see a lot of similar qualities that I have in myself and you, right? And I think you will come to the light, and that's why I've taken so much effort to try to debate you on these things. But this is the point I want to make, because Shaggy will be going back and forth all night, and I know Tux wants to get in here, and I'm gonna have him call in to do that. But the last point I want to make before that, and Shaggy, we can always continue this conversation after, but I think this point is very important. In Romans 7, and the reason I bring this up, I meant to bring this up earlier and read it when you told me that Christ was just like a betrayal story, and there wasn't really much of a reason other that Christ was sacrificed on the cross and died for our sins, other than like to teach us about this betrayal story.
The salvation happened in the Garden of Gethsemane, and then a bunch of Jews and Romans crucified him for no fucking reason. And
no. Wrong. This is it. Like, that's wrong, right? I'm going to prove it to you right now in Romans chapter 7. Right at the start, Paul says,
Romans.
Open up your Bible, Shaggy, to Romans chapter 7 if you want to follow along. But I'm just going to read it to you. Paul writes, Know ye not, brethren, for I speak to them that know the law, how that the law hath dominion over a man as long as he liveth. For the woman which hath a husband is bound by the law to her husband so long as he liveth. But if the husband be dead, she is loosed from the law of her husband. So then, if, while her husband liveth, she be married to another man, she shall be called an adulteress. But if her husband be dead, she is free from that law, so that she is no adulteress, though she be married to another man. Wherefore, my brethren, ye also are become dead to the law by the body of Christ, that ye should be married to another, even to him who is raised from the dead, that we should bring forth fruit unto God. For when we were in the flesh, the motions of sin, which were by the law, did not work in our members to bring forth fruit unto death. But now we are delivered from the law, that being dead wherein we are held, that we should serve in newness of spirit, and not in the oldness of letter. So Paul is saying that because the flesh is sinful and man was unable to uphold the law, Christ came to fulfill the law and died on the cross, so that because our fruits would only bring about death before the time of Christ, because we couldn't fulfill the law on our own, now that Christ has died, the law has died with him, and he's ascended from the grave into newness of spirit, and we're supposed to pursue Christ and follow Christ, and that's how we can bring about fruit unto God through the intermediary of Christ. We were unable to do that through the law. So that's part of the reason why Christ had to die on the grave and why he was sent as a sacrifice, right?
A huge error here. A huge error here. Anything, like Paul even said that he was the lowest of the apostles, and Joseph Smith said that he was the greatest of the apostles. And Joseph Smith also said that anytime his words contradict Paul, it's basically a retcon. Paul can, I'm sorry, but in terms of Joseph Smith, nothing Paul says means jack shit.
No, that's absolutely silly. Of course, Joseph Smith said that because he was trying to scam you and indoctrinate you into a cult, right? And that's why he would say something like, Paul is the least apostle and I am the greatest. And that's why you should not follow what it says in the Bible, but follow me, Joseph Smith had said. Like, that's exactly what a false prophet would teach you, right? Like,
Paul also said he was the least of the prophets. Paul said he was the least of the apostles. And Joseph Smith said that he was the greatest of the apostles. I can't imagine that if
all that does is show the humbleness of Paul, and that he wasn't trying to mislead, but he was in fact speaking from his heart. Whereas Joseph Smith was quite the opposite, because he was trying to glorify himself and not God, right? Like, what Paul wrote here is true. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if Paul was the greatest of the prophets or the least. This is the Bible, Shaggy. This is the divine, this is the word of God, inspired from God.
I have read the book. Yes, I've read the book. King James version of it.
Yeah, yet you'll tell me, Shaggy, that Christ only died on the cross, that there is no meaning to that the true meaning came in the Garden of Gethsemane beforehand when he was betrayed.
Yes.
Christ was only betrayed because he allowed himself to be betrayed. In fact, he knew Judas would betray him before that.
Correct. But that was just him trolling. He was totally doing troll face the whole time. He was basically giving Judas and all.
No, but that's bad shit, Shaggy. And you don't actually believe that's something that's honest and true from your heart, and that's what will condemn you from hell unless you repent of that, right? I don't know what else to tell you.
I believe that the reason Christ did that was to see, you think you can kill me? Watch this. I'll just come back from the dead. Can any of your gods come back from the dead? No.
No, Shaggy, it literally says in the book of Romans here, right? Paul writes that Christ died because man was unable to fulfill the old law. And that we could achieve fruit. We could achieve fruit to God through following Christ, because Christ fulfilled the law. So we turn to Christ and Christ turns to God, right? Not just here, but throughout the Gospels, all throughout the Bible. This is what we read. And what you're preaching right now is a fan fiction that you've been deluded to believe from the Mormon Church. And honestly, I think you're a smart enough guy that you should see through it. You probably do. I'd be very surprised if you don't. And it's sinful for you to preach it.
Okay, so why is it a holy grail? All right, so if you want to get into my doubts about the Mormon Church, the only one I have is that they claim that from the time Christ died to the time of Joseph Smith, God had completely turned his back on planet Earth to focus on his work on other planets. I do not believe God ever turns his back on his children.
What? Run that one by me again, Shaggy. I'm not sure if I follow.
Okay, so most Mormons believe in something that I think is bullshit called the Great Apostasy, which is that after Christ died, God got really, really pissed at humanity, or basically the humanity on Earth. There's humanity on other planets, but he got really, really pissed at the humans on Earth and abandoned, meaning the Catholic Church and every other church was just purely Satan. And that until Joseph Smith came, everyone just automatically went to hell no matter what they did. And I reject this entirely. I reject this theology entirely. I believe...
Yeah. No, you're right about that. That is very silly, and it makes a lot of sense that Joseph Smith would want to teach something like that to try to indoctrinate people that the one true faith is to follow Joseph Smith, right?
Well,
that's exactly why he would say that.
I also believe in reincarnation, even though Joseph Smith specifically said there is no reincarnation. And the reason I believe in that is because of evidence of reincarnation, like children coming back, like being able to like point out their former husbands and tell them shit about themselves that kid would have no way of knowing. Just weird shit. I don't like believe in, I'm not brainwashed. Not all my beliefs come from the Latter-day Saints Church. And additionally, like, you claim to have a very high IQ. I don't. I acknowledge that you are a smarter man than myself. I wouldn't come up here on the internet for everyone to see and defend these beliefs unless I genuinely believe them. There's no beliefs that I have that I'm deluding myself about or that I think are silly. If I didn't genuinely think I was right, I wouldn't be up here arguing. Like, I know I might, and I probably will, come off looking like an idiot. But I can at least fucking say that I genuinely believe in what I'm saying, and that I think the evidence supports in many ways Joseph Smith was telling the truth. For example, they say that there was no way in hell the Egyptians, that the Jews could have built a submarine out of wood. Except the Mormons built this wooden submarine Joseph Smith described, and it worked. And they said there's no way that the Jews could have known where the Americas were or have discovered it before the Vikings. But we already know that if you just do a casual Google of out-of-place objects, you'll find the fucking Aztecs and the Mayans and the Incas had all sorts of Egyptian shit. Alright? And if the Egyptians had this shit, then their fucking slaves damn sure had it too. And their slaves were the fucking Jews. So it's just that...
No, Shaggy, I think you do have a very inquisitive mind, and you've come to your own ideas in a lot of regards, and that's why I say I do have a lot of faith in you, and I think that you will see the flaws in Mormonism and come to the light when the time comes, because I think you are a very free thinker. But I just want to correct also, Shaggy, that I don't actually think of myself as a very high IQ person. If I gave you my accurate analysis of my intelligence level, I would say I am right on the border of a midwit and a high intelligence person. I've talked to people online that are much smarter than I am. I used to think I was very smart because I come from a small town, and my pride, I was smarter than most people around me. But when you go into the bigger ocean, you leave the small pond, you go to the bigger ocean of the whole world. I have realized that I'm actually not much smarter than a midwit. I'm not an idiot.
People on the internet are always talking about how smart they are, and I'm like, well, I'm the only one repping Team Dumbass. I mean, I don't claim to know much. I just claim to know that, I mean, it's just this atheist shit that the left is pushing is so bullshit that you don't really need to be that smart to see through it. You just have to have a pair of balls on you. You have to.
No, you're right, Shag. You're 100% right about that.
Against the enemy and say you're lying to everybody.
And I think it is. Yeah, no, I think you're right. And I think it is important for us to humble ourselves in that regard, because if we get caught up in our pride, we end up we self-delude ourselves and we get felted. But on that note, I told Tux a while ago I'd bring him in.
Yeah.
Okay, as long as you're ready for me to bring in Tux, then I'll bring in Tux.
Of course, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Awesome. Okay, we're calling Tux.
I mean, he might just come on here and tell me all, like, the stuff the other people at my church tell me is that I should just shut the hell up and wait.
I don't want to do that to you. I think there are a few things that I do. In a lot of ways, I actually am in agreement with Surfer on a lot of stuff. With when it comes to Christ, I definitely believe was foreordained to atone for our sins. Right, like he came to fulfill the old law to actually like make it so that people.
Did I accidentally disagree with that? I just said the salvation was achieved in the Garden of Gethsemane when he drank from the cup. That's
I would say it's an important part, yeah.
Yeah, that's literally what the church taught me.
But I don't know if I would say that's like. I mean, it was definitely like one of the central moments, but I don't know if I'd say it's like.
I had to get that right
on.
Were you raised in the church? Because I had to get that right on a test to get in here.
To get in? What?
Yeah, I wasn't raised in the church. I'm not a church mouse. I'm a field mouse. I was given like this church is the best thing that ever fucking happened to me. Like, but it's not easy to become a Mormon. Like, if you think it's easy to get into the churches, and no,
it's not. It's not.
Hey, man, the fuck out. I've been here 8 years and gotten the garments.
Shaggy ain't no house nigga. Shaggy a field nigga.
I've lived in the. I mean, I grew up in the church. I still haven't gotten my endowment yet either. So but right now I'm actually just waiting on them to arrive. So they're backed up in their ordering system. But
I'll tell you that don't underestimate the gift you've been given. I mean, being born into the church means you probably come from a stable family and a home that wasn't filled with drug use and screaming all the damn time.
Yeah, I would say that's definitely true.
A good church can be judged by how the children within that church grow up. A church should be measured by how the most innocent among them are treated, in my opinion.
I mean, I'd say that's definitely a good indication of character. I don't know if I wouldn't say that's the only thing you should judge.
But I mean, a church where all the children are being screamed at and abused is clearly not one where the Lord has taken up residence.
Sure, I would say that the Holy Spirit can't reside where there's contention.
There's child abuse, but yeah.
I don't. You said about the great what the church, and what I've been taught to is referred to as the great apostasy, right? I don't think that God completely withdrew from Earth when he lost his apostles. But that's what you said that other Latter-day Saints believe that. I don't.
That's what I've been taught.
Do that's not how I've been taught at all. I don't know who taught you that, but he definitely withdrew his priesthood. I believe that the priesthood was withdrawn, and the priesthood authority was withdrawn. But I mean, there were many humble servants that he still worked through throughout the.
I agree.
The years.
Agreed. It's just some people in the church who I look up to and admired and who helped to teach me about the faith, about the plan of salvation, all that. They impressed upon me that no, everyone just went to hell during the Great Apostasy, and I was shocked. They seemed very much, and these were missionaries. They were very, 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 very hardline on the fact that before Joseph Smith, you just went straight to hell, no matter what you did, and it was terrible, 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 terrible.
So
you have to baptize the dead in order to get all these poor people out of hell.
They're not in hell, but it is a place called Spirit. Those that don't accept the truth of Christ's gospel, they do go to a place called Spirit Prison awaiting judgment. But it's not like a hellish place where there's suffering. It's not. They don't go to like hell. They even have the chance to receive the gospel and move on to spirit paradise. And this is where people are before they reach judgment. Before Christ judges everyone.
Is the same as outer darkness?
What? No.
I didn't think so. Outer darkness.
For those that don't know, there's the way that I believe and the way that my church teaches is that there after you've lived your mortal life on earth, you go to either spirit paradise or spirit prison. Those that received the gospel and lived good lives go to spirit paradise. Those that didn't receive the gospel, they go to spirit prison. But it's not like a horrible, hellish place. And those in spirit prison get to, they actually have the ability to, or they have the, they can get taught by missionaries from spirit paradise, and they have the ability to receive the gospel and accept it if they so choose. And then, yeah, that is part of the temple baptisms. You're right, because it says we believe that baptism and the laying on of hands is a required ordinance to be fully saved. No, but yeah. So then after that, there's after Christ has come and everything that's been done here is done, there will be the judgment. And then after judgment, we will be sent to one of 3 separate kingdoms of heaven. So there's the celestial kingdom, which is the highest level of heaven. There's the terrestrial kingdom, which is like mid-tier heaven, I guess. And then there's the telestial kingdom. And all are great and beyond our comprehension. They're all amazing. But the celestial kingdom is where you will be when you'll be able to have the ability to have full exaltation and be able to live in God's presence.
It's almost like verbatim, like the grand celestial lodge in the sky that the Freemasons believe in, though, no?
I got a question, Tux. I'm sick and tired of the burden of awareness. Do you think I'll have to go to the celestial kingdom if I just want to be a tree or a rock or something? I'm really, really damn tired.
That's between you and the Lord. I cannot tell you that.
I was just wondering as to how advanced your knowledge. I don't know, like.
Well, it's not my. I don't even think I mean, maybe.
That's my picture. You said the same damn thing.
Well, that is between you and the Lord. Like I
just really don't want to have to keep doing this forever. I hope heaven. Like Surfer said, he says it's not like walking around, like continuing on in a magic kingdom. I really hope not, because I don't want to, I hope it's nothing like mortal existence. Mortal existence sucks.
No, it's going to be so amazing. It's going to be like beyond comprehension.
It's where I'm not having to get high to cope with it, because that's this.
All of those trials and things that you deal with, like those will be gone. Like your body will be restored to its perfect form. You'll be resurrected. You'll be in this. No, it'll be completely different.
That'll be great. I don't have to worry about shit. But no, I mean, my life was horrible before this church. So, you should really be happy to have been raised in it, because, like, I can tell you, if you're actually raised in dysfunction, you end up like me. And just by talking to me for like 15 minutes, you can tell there's shit wrong. Not everything has gone according to God's plan here.
It's not, but it's, also, you have a unique, through your trials, you have unique insight that you can use to help other people not have to.
You know what I do for a living, right?
I don't.
I work with the homeless. I'm actually a residential advisor at a home for youth who have had to deal with long-term homelessness. If you live here, you have not had a happy life. These are people who actually need to look to someone like me for advice. That's how bad life has fucked these people over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's awesome though that you're doing that.
Yeah, I wouldn't have been allowed to do that without the help of God. I literally wake up every day thinking it's a miracle that I'm here. I mean, some people would think it's some sort of dark, twisted joke from Satan that I'm here doing this. If you talk to... Have you heard of Bells of Nevermore? She's a pagan that I am trying desperately to torture into Christianity after the fashion of the Spanish Inquisition. Unfortunately, legally, I can't use the methods of the Spanish Inquisition, so I have to just mentally fuck with her.
But no one expects those methods. No one expects those.
Yeah, no, I'm just hoping that they're unexpected enough to drive her into considering Mormonism as a better path than worshipping bullshit that she read in Dungeons and Dragons manuals.
I mean, I guess there is something to be said that, especially like neo-paganism, like
God, that shit,
it's very like I think divorced from where it came from too. It's just like an aesthetic for some people.
Well, there's two. Look, listen. My mother was a Wiccan, and I can tell you, there's two forms of this faggotry, right? There's the shit that's preached by these neo-hippie queers, and then there's Vard Vikernes' encouragement to go and commit arson. And neither of these are spiritual paths that will lead you to the tree of life, so to speak. These are both very bad fucking ways to approach God. So paganism in the modern age is completely fucking retarded, and no one should attempt it ever, for any reason.
I mean,
And I say that as someone who was raised in this bullshit.
I definitely think there are a lot of people that.
Look what it did to me. Look at the person I fucking became. Do you think that shit is good? No. No, that shit is poison. Keep paganism away.
It's very. There's a lot of different pagan belief systems, so it's hard to generalize. But yeah, I would say that a lot of them can be not good. There are a lot of weird cults and things out there. Yeah.
As a child, the only religious experiences I ever had, other than a real fucked up experience at some retard Sunday school at some fucking cross church down the street, right? Mm-hmm. Was my mom would take me to these fucking conventions, and all I remember about them was she'd spend all her money, get really drunk, and then yell at us the whole way home about how me and my sister were psychic vampires. And I don't know if you know what that is, but for any woman to call her own children psychic vampires is just a height of heretical bullshit, and it's probably why, like, she's in the position that she's in these days. In other words, don't sin. Sin is bad. But paganism is a particularly nasty form of sin that takes root within an entire family structure and fucks it up the ass for generations, right? Generations of satanic ass fucking.
I mean, at least as it's practiced today, I would say. But I mean, there were those in earlier times where that was all they knew. I wouldn't.
Yeah, and I have to wonder if the ancient pagans were just as buttfuck gay as these purple-haired degenerates running around ruining everything today.
I mean,
they worship Zeus, and he would turn into he was a furry. He turned into a goose and raped women. What sort of god is that? What sort of people worship a god that is into bestiality? That just makes no sense. Satan must have been responsible.
I'm curious about like how much of the things we know about these ancient civilizations. I mean, I'm sure there were some that were incredibly like wicked, right? But I think that there are a few interesting hypotheses that some of these oral traditions were actually just ways of teaching knowledge of like astrology and stuff, or like the stars. And I think it's interesting, like how I don't know how many of these
I said earlier.
Yeah.
I said earlier that the Druids were more correct in their worship of God than the ancient Jews, and that if you were to add Christianity to the ancient Druidic faiths, what you'd essentially get is something very much resembling Mormonism. This is why I so sincerely believe that Joseph Smith was in contact with extraterrestrial beings, is because he literally had knowledge that was not of his time.
I would say to some extent, yeah. But you could say, because the only reason I would hesitate using that language is just because, like, when most people think of extraterrestrials, they think of green aliens. But I mean, God has a
Well, I visualize gray aliens. I visualize the aliens on Kolab as being gray, gray skin color.
That's because they're called Elohim, and the gray aliens are also called Elohim in fiction. But the truth is that the Elohim, if you take Joseph Smith's actual writings as accurate descriptions, they're like us, only taller and like white, European looking.
I haven't been formally introduced to that part of the doctrine yet.
This is all. You won't be. The modern church dumped all this shit when they decided Brigham Young was wrong about the Adam God doctrine.
I mean, I would like to. There are a ton of writings that the church has published called the Joseph Smith Papers, and I wouldn't mind
Look into
reading
the
some of
teachings
those.
of Brigham Young. Look into what Brigham Young was actually teaching. Brigham Young was a very wise man, but much like Solomon, he fell when he sacrificed his adopted son John D. Lee to be executed by the United States government. If I can figure this out, so can you. Like I say, if someone like me can figure this shit out, it's pretty fucking obvious.
I wouldn't sell yourself short so much, Shaggy, but I don't know. I haven't. I can only speak on what I know. But I do. I do know that the people that lead the church are definitely men of God.
Sorry, I have to respond to the chat to
Okay.
a complete idiot who's barely worth my. I'm sorry to bring this up. Warhammer, I know more about Varga than you do, okay? I would happily have an argument with Varga, but I would win that argument. I can guarantee it. The man I am today is largely influenced by the mistakes Varga made. Anyway, go ahead. That's the only time I'm going to address that man. He's literally retarded.
Okay. Yeah, so I've been kind of one of the things I've been doing is so my grandpa was the guy that the church tasked to do the windows for the Nauvoo temple. I don't know if you know where that is, in the place where the Latter-day Saints were before they got driven westward. So I've been, anyways. I was digitizing a bunch of VHS tapes. And I was kind of like learning. There was someone filmed him giving a talk about his story and how he was prepared to do the work that he did for the church, and the stories that I've heard about President Kimball taking him under his wing and basically treating him like another son. It's like I don't know. I just
No, he literally adopted John D. Lee. John D. Lee was one of the deadliest gunslingers in the Old West.
Who?
He was literally adopted by Brigham Young.
Oh, I wasn't talking about Brigham Young. Sorry, I went off topic a little bit. I was talking about my grandpa.
Sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. So I'm just gonna look and see what else. I don't know. I guess one of the things that I would caution you though is just we definitely have a lot of answers. We definitely, us as Latter-day Saints, we don't have all. We ourselves as people don't have all the answers, and I guess I would just caution you not to be like.
Yeah, that's why I'm gonna read the Quran.
Not to be too know-it-all-y, and just. I would just.
People say that, but realistically, if I thought I knew it all, I wouldn't be about to read the Quran and other shit. I'm not a know-it-all. I'm literally the first man in the room to declare himself an idiot. I just have my beliefs, and I definitely know what the fuck my beliefs are. And in an age where everyone is so goddamned afraid to say what they think, that must appear as a know-it-all viewpoint. I'm not saying what's right, and I'm not saying what you should think. I'm just saying what the fuck I think. That's just like 50% more than most people can get.
Mm-hmm.
I know what I believe, and I know very well what I believe. And I guess I'm a know-it-all about that. If you want Shaggy's opinion, I can talk about it for hours because I just enjoy it for some fucked up autistic reason. But no, I don't claim to have any sort of greater knowledge than anyone else, but I would say that someone who is, a knowledgeable elder of the Latter-day Saints Church, if he's truly devout, at least as long as I've been, that's someone with at least as much spiritual authority as a rabbi or a Catholic priest or a monk of the Buddhist tradition. And I don't say that lightly. I just think that, if all these assholes are going to claim all this shit, I at least should speak up about my beliefs. There should be someone who's willing to speak as passionately about this as I'm willing to speak, at least until someone better at it and more devoted and just a bit better, like more gifted in the area than I am shows up to do it for me, then I'll kindly fuck off out the way.
Wish I hadn't missed so much of the earlier the conversation. I barely came on.
This will be re-uploaded later, and you can catch the
No. I just was I was gonna bug Surfer and ask Surfer if what other things what other things you guys differed on to just.
I'll just cover it. Surfer is a non-denominational Christian who considers that if you truly read the Bible as it was originally written, you'll have the perfect word of God. He believes in scriptural inerrancy, basically. Whereas I said, look, no, Joseph Smith, greatest of all prophets, he got his vision staring into a hat. Now imagine if you see a crime and the police say, we want you to write down what happened. And you do. You write it down exactly what you saw, each and every detail. But then a fierce wind blows by because it's New York City and the paper goes flying out of your hand, right? And the officer says, oh, fuck. Here, write it again. So you write it all down again. But then another officer runs up with the other paper and say, hey, look, I caught it, right? And so now you have two different writings of the same fucking event that you saw, both written by you, but they differ slightly. Not in the details, but in how they're written. Because naturally you didn't write it the exact same the second time. Right? Well,
Shaggy, I do think that the scriptures are inerrant, and I do also agree on some level that some meaning has been lost in translation as it's been translated to modern language, and that's why I'm learning Hebrew and Greek, so I can go back and read the original sources that are completely inerrant. Now, I don't think so much has been lost that there needed to be a new revelation. I think Joseph Smith was very similar to Muhammad in the sense that he said Jews have corrupted the scriptures. So there needs to be a final revelation. I think that's pushing it a bit too far.
I need to read his writings to see if he said that explicitly. But I mean, I think that.
I was just explaining because Surfer and others have often brought up how Joseph Smith's friend lost the writings, and then Joseph Smith had to do new writings. Well, that's naturally the case that they wouldn't be the same because Joseph Smith isn't God isn't telling him what to write. God is showing him a vision, and he has to describe.
Well, that's why there's a difference between Scripture and the writings of Joseph Smith. If the writings of Joseph Smith were divine, they would be inerrant, and it wouldn't change from script to script. The Bible is inerrant like that.
Okay. So what about the Book of Judas? The Book of Judas, which is real, which they found, where he claims that Jesus claimed to be an alien from a planet called Barbello, and that he mocked.
Well, Satan planted the Book of Judas in the ground with the dinosaur bones.
What?
When Satan buried the fake dinosaur bones, he also buried the Book of Judas.
You don't really believe that. You don't really. Come on, let's get serious here.
No, but I also don't believe that the Book of Judas is divine scripture like I believe that the book of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John would be.
But Judas, an actual apostle of Jesus, did write, or at least there's something dating to the time of him. It's pretty much confirmed to be him.
Well, and there's probably wisdom reading that, but I wouldn't read it like it's scripture.
Well, I mean, but the fact of the matter is, it's as much scripture as anything else that those Jews decided to collect and those Romans decided to collect and include in their omnibus that we call the Bible. I mean, Joseph Smith, at the very least, wrote from golden plates that he actually found, which were directly written by one group of people. The Bible is many different people over many different years. Wait, actually, no, the golden plates were... Wait, were the golden plates compiled at one time? No, they weren't. They weren't.
They were was it Mormon or Moroni? One of the latter.
Yeah, were they all inscribed by one dude?
Well, it was compiled by one guy.
Yeah, okay, so that doesn't count because that's also an omnibus, so I can't make that argument.
Well,
But,
what I
but
would
yeah,
say
no,
to
all
sort
we
of
have
counter
is
this
all we-
is that the like Moses shattered the original plates when he went up onto Mount Sinai, but he after that went
because they were
back
made of
up.
stone.
Yeah, he after that went back up, and there was a second telling of the law to Moses, and the law remained the same both times. Whereas if there's a difference I don't really know the story of the two plates with Joseph Smith, but if there's a difference from plate to plate, isn't that a direct difference from like the story that happened with Moses? With Moses, everything stayed the same, whereas with Joseph Smith, it changed. So wouldn't that prove that Joseph Smith wasn't valid?
All right, now there's a critical difference here. If you read the
Oh, that is a critical
that was
difference.
for a very well, hold on. Now, hear me out here.
Oh!
The
Okay, go ahead,
tablets were for a very primitive farming people, so thou shalt not murder. That's 4 words. But the golden plates were written for a highly literate people.
No, Shaggy, literally, the law given to Moses was like 613 very specific laws, right? Like, it actually went beyond the 10 Commandments.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know that. All right.
It was like 613 laws, right? And it didn't change from giving it like the first time it was given to the second time it was given.
Well, I criticized the Jews for losing that shit in the Ark of the Covenant, but we lost the gold plates, so
They weren't lost.
weren't they thrown in a volcano or something along with a golden crystal?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't like Lord of the Rings stuff. No, they were parts of the golden plates that were sealed, that were believed to be too sacred for us. We weren't ready for them, and so the plates were hidden.
All right,
they weren't destroyed.
There was a crystal egg at some point, wasn't there?
I don't know about that egg. They were the seer
Crystal egg in a volcano. I don't know if I'm thinking of something else.
I don't even know if that's the same religion.
I hate to say this. I really am embarrassed saying this, but I might be confusing the Book of Mormon and Conan the Barbarian. I'm a huge fan of Robert E. Howard, so I might actually be getting Scripture and Conan wrong here. But it's been a while since I read the Book of Mormon. I just finished reading the Bible. So I've technically read all of it, but I also, before that, read the complete works of H.P. Lovecraft, Robert E. Howard. So it's just a long spree of readings of some shit I've gotten. I might have gotten some Clark Ashton Smith and Robert E. Howard mixed in with my scriptures.
Well, that's why we do Bible study like we're doing now, so we can see what comes from the Bible and what doesn't. What comes from Narnia or the Lord of the Rings.
I don't think I'm going to confuse Ship the Ape and Puzzle the Donkey for scriptures, but okay.
Yeah.
One other thing that I've been trying to find, because this like great apostasy thing, I think that the kingdom was doomed to fail when it was centralized under the nation of Israel, and that's part of the reason why Christ had to come, and why the kingdom is decentralized among those of every nation that would come to Christ and would believe. And I've been trying to, while you guys were chatting there, I was trying to find scripture to back that up, and what I've been able to find so far is in the first chapter of the book of John, when it talks about how in the beginning was the Word, and how Christ was there from the beginning, and he was the light, that was the true light, which lighteth every man that cometh into the world. He was in the world, and the world was made by him, and the world knew him not. He came unto his own, and his own received him not. But as many received him, to them gave he the power to become the sons of God. So whoever would turn to Christ, it would be accepted into the kingdom. And I think many organizations since the time of Christ have tried to re-centralize that and tried to become like the arbiters of like going to Christ. But they do that just for political control and to glorify themselves And there is no intermediary other than Christ. We can turn directly to Christ. We don't need to join the Mormon Church or the Catholic Church or the Protestant Church or any denomination in specific, right?
As an equal when you manage to lose your virginity and move out of your mother's house.
Why? Oh my gosh.
I'm talking about Warhammer.
If Warhammer, if you would like to remain virtuous and you can keep your virginity until you are married, that is also fine. I argue that's better.
You don't understand. You don't understand. This man is severely retarded. This man is severely fucking dysgenic.
Forge gang! Let's go!
There's no reason. There's no way in hell they let creatures like that into the kingdom of God.
Oh.
I almost want to bring Warhammer in, but I want to hear you guys talk a bit more about this first.
The fact is, his parents committed an unforgivable sin just by creating him.
Oh no.
But pretty much, Tux, I'm up.
Comment on that.
Yeah, so back to what we were talking about. I'm of the position that the kingdom, like when it was centralized, that was doomed to fail, and God knew that, and that's part of the reason why Christ came and died on the cross. And now that it's we have Christ as the intermediary, it's sort of the church is a decentralized entity that exists among all those who had turned to Christ. And that's why where two or more Christians come together, that comprises the church. And many organizations since have tried to re-centralize that for some level of political control or self-glorification, but that all sort of goes against the teachings. And that's sort of the main flaw I see with Mormonism, that they see themselves as the high priesthood and the arbiters of that relationship to Christ. And I think that's the most glaring flaw to me, to be honest.
I would say that I definitely do believe that there's there are people that are foreordained of God to hold the priesthood. But I also do agree with the spirit of what you're saying. As far as even though we have a prophet that receives revelation for the entire world, the whole church. There still is a lot of local areas still have a lot of autonomy as far as and a lot of decisions are delegated to the instead of being called dioceses in Catholicism, they're called stakes. So the stakes have a pretty good amount of autonomy, and as long as they are due to the teachings of the church. I don't know.
Have you ever heard of John C. Bennett?
That name sounds familiar. Did he go and break the rules?
He was a close friend of Joseph Smith. They often this is not something I talk about. He was often in competition with Joseph for women, and eventually they had a falling out, and Joseph Smith had him beaten up by other church members and kicked out. And then after Joseph died, he joined another group of Mormons, and the exact same thing happened.
Oh, this is so yeah, there were so after Joseph Smith died, there was a somewhat of a succession crisis. I would say it wasn't a huge crisis, because I think this overwhelming majority of people went with Brigham Young, and which is the church that I am a part of, right? You're a part of too, I believe. But yeah, it's kind of embarrassing that, so this guy, I actually should learn more about this. So this guy, because as someone who lived in Nauvoo, Illinois, who's actually grew up there, I should know more about this history of it looks like this guy was, he was the first mayor of Nauvoo, Illinois. That's amazing. How did I not know who this guy was? I don't know. That's, so he was also part of the church also had a,
he was just his friend, really.
Yeah.
That's his real position. If you really want to know who he was Joseph's best friend for a long time. They say it was Orrin Porter Rockwell. Orrin Porter Rockwell was not really the sort of company you'd have around all day. Especially not if you really like spending a lot of time around women like Joseph did.
There's some interesting stuff. That,
Yeah, it's all related to the personal lives of the founders of our church. If you're interested in knowing who they were as people, it's good to know this stuff. But if the day-to-day lives of people in the 1800s who are related to the Latter-day Saints Church isn't really your thing, you'll find this all very trivial and very boring.
It's mostly I just don't. I just haven't taken the time to study this stuff.
Yeah, most people, it's just not their thing. It's nothing to begrudge yourself over. It's probably really weird that I'm into it.
No, not at all. My late grandfather was very, very much into church history and in just history in general. He was very, very much into it.
And on my other channel, Dissident Gospel, I have an entire series out about notable early members of the Latter-day Saints Church. It's called Theological Fathers. That's some of the content I do is early Latter-day Saints Church stuff.
Cool. It's very cool.
Yeah.
I'm trying to... I don't know if I answered. I didn't know if I fully answered I think that the church kind of operates in a somewhat. It's coupled to the prophet and the structure, but it is somewhat it's not completely centralized. It is, but I don't know. I think that having a prophet to receive revelation for the world and the members of the church is a huge blessing, and I couldn't imagine it any other way. But
it would be nice, right? It would be nice if we could have Christ on earth still to lead us, but it's just simply not the case, right? It's and even if the prophet was righteous, the reason for that and why that can't be is because even if the prophet is righteous, the next prophet might not be. Most kings are in fact wicked, as we read about all throughout, the books of Kings, for instance.
But even in ancient days, when there were prophets, there was Balaam, and he was a wicked prophet. Prophet doesn't necessarily do his job.
In the church, the prophets are not. They're not. It's neither genealogical familial lineage, nor is it an election. It's actually they pray about it and they ordain people to the apostles that they feel inspired to ordain.
You might not know this, but it actually should be the lineage of Joseph Smith, but Emma screwed it all up by selling out to Satan.
I don't know. I don't believe that.
Well, look into the history. She was sucking Sidney Rigdon's dick even before Joseph was dead, and Brigham Young even said so publicly.
Okay, but I don't think that the
tried to murder.
I've never been taught that it was a familial lineage thing. I know that the Community of Christ, a splinter church from ours, was.
I'll tell you what you don't know. You've never heard this, but it's the truth, and you can look into it in the writings of Brigham Young. Emma Smith first poisoned Joseph Smith, and when that didn't fail to kill him, she poisoned Joseph Smith's son against him, so that he wouldn't take up the mantle of prophet. But after Joseph was dead and it was convenient to her, then she tried to have him take up the mantle of prophet, even though he didn't want to, because he believed it was against God's will at that time.
Yeah, I should definitely read about that. I definitely don't think it was God's will to have the descendants, just the descendants of Smith be the only prophets that.
No, not prophets, but king. They were trying to set up a theocratic monarchy called Deseret. The descendants of Joseph Smith should have been kings, and politicians, but not prophets. That's why it was wrong of Emma Smith try and get her son to claim ownership of the church when after Joseph Smith had been murdered and Deseret wasn't going to be a thing.
Yeah, well, we see what fruit that's born, and the community of Christ is they almost went like bankrupt, and they've also when they ran out of male heirs to their prophet, they actually had to heretically they had to kind of like retcon and be like, oh well, now women can get the priesthood too.
Yeah. Oh, it's not worse. Then one of their leaders stepped down after he raped a bunch of the kids in the church, and they made him step down.
I did not hear that, but
oh yeah, look into it. Look into the history of the RLDS.
Mm-hmm.
The reason they don't have leaders anymore is because the last one was a diddler.
Well, what I want to know.
Now they don't have prophet.
What I want to know with this whole idea of having a prophet, because it would be nice to have a pope or a prophet to sort of keep order, but it's just no man is perfect, so this thing can't come to be.
No,
and that's part of the reason why it had to be decentralized.
They wouldn't be able to do it alone without Christ or without acting.
No, but they're not like they're like we're all brethren within the church. They're not on a higher level in a hierarchy than any other member of the church. And the Bible quote I want to use to just to see how you sort of like the idea of having a prophet, how you justify this within Matthew 23. When Jesus is preaching, Jesus says I'll start from the start instead of just reading the verse 9. So then spake Jesus to the multitude and to his disciples, saying, the scribes and the Pharisees sit in Moses' seat. All therefore whatsoever they bid you observe, that observe and do. But do not ye after their works, for they say and do not. For they bind heavy burdens and grievous to be borne, and lay them on men's shoulders, but they themselves will not move them with one of their fingers. But all their works they do for to be seen of men. They make broad their phylacteries, and enlarge the borders of their garments, and love the uppermost rooms at feasts, and the chief seats in the synagogues, and greetings in the markets, and to be called of men, Rabbi, Rabbi. But be not ye called Rabbi, for one is your master, even Christ. And all ye are brethren. And call no man your father upon the earth, for one is your Father, which is in heaven. Neither be ye called masters, for one is your master, even Christ. But he is the greatest among you, shall be your servant. And whoever shall exalt himself shall be abased, and he that shall humble himself shall be exalted. So Christ teaches very specifically, but be ye not called Rabbi, for one is your master, even Christ, and all ye are brethren. And that's sort of the scriptural justification for why I say in the church we're all brethren. And there's no hierarchy where there's a prophet or a pope or an archbishop that runs the show. We're all brethren in Christ, and Christ is the one intermediary. And Christ says very specifically not to call any man father, rabbi, or master, because Christ is the only father.
I don't know what rabbi means in the particular translation specifically, but
teacher, yeah.
I mean, the prophets in our church, they are ordinary men that lived like normal lives before they were called, and they definitely do not just
I can stop you on this.
I was just gonna say they don't just like order people or. They are very actively a part of the work of bringing people to Christ. There are so many things that they do that no one knows about. Like
But why are they ordained as special as a prophet? Like, what's the actual role in the organization that they play?
Surfer.
Let Tux answer, Shaggy. I want to hear what Tux has to say about this.
So all priesthood holders have have this certain level of priesthood, once they've reached that level of priesthood. But they have the calling to, and they've been given keys to exercise that priesthood to the fullest. they can give that, they can delegate that to others, but like that that priesthood power is like every member that has that level of priesthood has the potential to do that.
But even beyond the prophet, like saying that level of priesthood, like Christ specifically teaches here that we're all brethren and called no man teacher or master. So just the very idea of having different levels of priesthood where one level is above the other, that contradicts the direct teaching of Christ here in Matthew 23, right?
I got you on this one, right? The fact is that as you say, we're all brothers, and that is correct. And Christ also says to refer only to God as your Father. Therefore, Christ and God cannot be the same entity. Christ is also our brother, as is the devil in that sense. So, you were wrong earlier. Christ and God are separate entities.
Well, you're wrong, Shaggy. He says, but be not ye called rabbi, for one is your master, even Christ. And all ye are brethren, and called no man your father upon which is earth, for one is your Father, which is in heaven. Neither be ye called masters, for one is your master, even Christ. So it's sort of interchangeable, right? And Jesus Christ and God the Father are two different parts of God. You could say two different organs or two different limbs of God, but they are still the same God. And as our hand and our foot serve different roles, Christ is our master, as in we follow Christ. Christ is the intermediary to God the Father. And the one Father is God the Father. And the teacher is Christ as our intermediary to the Father.
But my hand isn't my dad's hand, all right? So it's not like Rick and Morty weird incest baby, okay? It's like God and Jesus are either separate entities or they're not. They may have hands and feet and all that.
We're not talking about the Trinity right now, Shaggy. We're talking about the role of prophets in the church.
I think that he's saying that. I was trying to felt him on a point he made earlier.
No, he was. He was trying to get me on the Trinity point. But Shaggy, just because your hand isn't your father's hand, your hand and your foot, neither of them are your father's hand or foot, right? So like, it's the same. It's the same sort of idea. It's just a useful analogy to paint the.
Sorry, he said something and it took me back. But he's right. We are on prophets right now. But I would just say that the reason we have prophets is because like the sheep need a shepherd. It can't just be left to wander the field, getting eaten and fucked by wolves all the time, because otherwise, it'll be bad. And so you need someone to be doing the Lord's work. That's the shepherd, right? And the shepherd.
Well, no, that's Christians. We don't need a prophet to do that. Like that's literally our role as Christians, right? And when we evangelize to other people, like that's what we're doing.
The prophet's literally his only job is to speak to Christ and relay the message to the rest of us, right? Because if Christ...
that would be to say, Shaggy, that the prophet is our master and Christ is the prophet's master. And that the prophet needs to be an intermediary from unto Christ. But Jesus specifically teaches here in Matthew 23 that that's not the case. That we are all brethren in Christ.
I do.
And that it's a direct relationship from us to Christ. We don't need any man or human or organization to be that intermediary.
Well, we do, because if Christ just appeared to rule us himself, people would kneel to him not out of the goodness of their hearts, not because they were worthy, but because a God had appeared. Okay? That's not why Christ wants us to worship him. That's why pagan gods wanted to be worshipped. Christ wants us to worship him because he is the avatar of the correctness of the one true God. He doesn't want to be worshipped because he's awesome, which is why if he were to appear physically, a lot of people would worship him because he's awesome. And that
Well,
would
no,
not be
Shaggy, I'm not
you
talking
could not
about
be
worshiping Christ because he's quote unquote
if he were
awesome. I'm
here.
talking about worshiping Christ because he's literally God, right? Like,
I'm just saying, okay, so let me summarize. The reason we need prophets is because if Christ were here, he could not effectively teach Christianity. If he were to show himself like God, he could not effectively fucking teach. That's why God doesn't show himself. It's because
Christ did come. God did show himself through Christ, and Christ effectively taught Christianity. Now, not all people will turn to Christ. It also says in Matthew, I think 7 or 9 or whatever, that narrow is the path. And many people won't follow the path. And that's part of the reason why Jesus spoke in parables. I don't think all people will be saved. But, and I think there always will be evil in the world. We'll never create utopia here. And that's because of the sinful nature of the flesh. But on an individual level, we don't need an intermediary between us and Christ. All we need to do is turn to Christ.
We can all experience a small taste of heaven in life. Even with the life I've had, I can think of moments in my life that truly were blessed by God, where the presence of the Holy Spirit truly was with my family, even how dysfunctional it was. So, we as individuals can establish a little bit of Eden for ourselves. But I mean, I definitely think while we can't recreate,
Josh just face palms.
No, I'm just like trying. It's like this is all good stuff that Shaggy's saying. Just like I think I'm just trying. I wanted to get to like the core point of what I think Surfer's saying. It's just I think that like the prophet, like obviously, Christ is how we receive our salvation, like how we actually it's how we get sorry, the echoes. I hear my voice twice.
Oh, here, I'll mute myself. I think it's on my end. Bear with me.
It's fine. I'm just it was a long day. Let's see. So, like Christ is the way to salvation. It's how we are saved. Obviously, he is the path to our salvation. The prophet, our prophets. Are mostly. They do oftentimes will clarify bits of scripture and they do provide revelation for the church, but a huge part of what they do is primary is regard is like making sure that the church and the kingdom on earth is like functioning right, and making sure that they're responsible for a lot more. Like they like every single missionary that gets called by the church. Like I think it does go by the president, the prophet, also the president of the church's like desk. Like they do a lot. So they're responsible for for calling missionaries. They're responsible for a lot of things. As far as like.
Well, I can see how they would want to do that to maintain some level of political control, right? But that's using salvation. That's using like Jesus and like our path to salvation. That's trying to co-opt that for political control, and that's ultimately an evil thing that's done for vanity.
Well, realistically, this church is trying to recreate the kingdom of Israel on earth in one way or another. And that's not recreate. That's not a Tower of Babel. That's very much what God intends for us to do is establish.
Well, I think it's very naive. I think it's very naive to think that we can just maintain like the church in good times indefinitely. I think that history operates sinusoidally. That when we live in abundance and when times are good, we naturally turn away from God. And it's those bad times that are created that turn us back to God. And this is going to continue happening. But the idea that we need a prophet to maintain good times and keep everything correct is very naive. And it isn't really in line with the
I don't
idea.
understand why you think it's fundamentally like naive, though. I mean,
It seems to be like I just want to say, like in the Old Testament, in the old times, they had prophets, and those prophets, one of them that I can even name, Balaam, actually fucking turned to Satan. So just because we have, like, just because you have prophets doesn't mean you're going to have an infallible God King who will always do right and never fall to corruption. David fell to corruption. Solomon fell even worse. So, I mean, yeah, the prophets can fall.
Well, that's what I mean, and that's why that structure was doomed to fail, and why it was decentralized after the time of Christ.
Why did
why do you think it was decentralized? Sorry, go ahead, Tux.
I was gonna say, why do you think God would do that in the Old Testament times and then just not have that ever again? I guess
Well, I think the Jews. I think a lot of the history of the Jews that we read about in the Old Testament, like there is a lot of examples to show us the truth of God and show it, like sort of show us the nature of things. And it was, I think it was sort of that way to lead to the to what is now, right, under the New Covenant. I think it needed to be centralized to at some time to bring that about, but that was doomed to fail, and God knew that. That's why we're under the New Covenant now.
I guess.
Okay, hold on, to pounce on that while I have you there. That's what I was saying earlier about how as white people we need polygamy, whereas the Jews necessarily did not. So that by going on entirely on the Old Testament, you're going to get a very wrong idea of how European society is supposed to be, because those are Mediterranean people with a very different racial and cultural makeup. The reason that Joseph Smith practiced
but Shaggy, polygamy was allowed in the Old Testament. It's the New Testament that condemns polygamy.
Well, right, but here's the thing. The New Testament was still being taught to a bunch of Mediterranean people, Romans and Jews. But here's the thing. Europeans specifically have very recessive DNA. And I think when Joseph Smith told about the angel with the flaming sword, that saying you will be doomed if you do not adopt this practice, he was actually speaking to the white race, saying if you do not adopt polygamy, this race, like the Nephites, will come to an end. You cannot survive in the multicultural era to come if you do not, as a culture, embrace polygamy.
What's your thoughts on that, Tux?
I don't know if I would fully agree with that. I mean, I think that. I mean, I do believe that polygamy is a thing that exists, and people that.
Yes, we all agree it exists, Tux.
that it is a thing.
A rap video could prove that. You don't need scripture. There's plenty of black men who will prove to you polygamy.
I wasn't finished. Polygamy is no longer like a thing the church espouses on this earth. I still believe that people that remarry, like they lost a spouse, they will have a polygamous marriage in heaven. But I don't know if I would agree with you that it's such a racial thing. I think that.
They can't have babies when they're dead, Tux. Polygamy in heaven is useless. We need them to have babies while they're alive.
People can have. I mean, people can still.
Yes. In Kolab, they can have spirit children. No, we need them to have white children here on Earth, or we're going to go.
I'm not. Okay, but I don't. I think that. I don't think that most people would be able to handle a polygamous relationship.
I agree.
It would be very
That's
very difficult.
That's a good point, and I'm glad you brought that up, because people keep saying like Shaggy just wants a harem. No, I don't necessarily think I should have multiple wives. I might like 2, but definitely not 150 as Brigham Young had. Our leaders and the greatest among us should have like hundreds of wives, because if these men are great men, surely they have great DNA, which should be passed on for future leaders. As I said,
just like Epstein.
What? Did you say, Shaggy?
The grail. It's symbolic for blood. For what Joseph Smith was teaching about the white race and white DNA and what it means for God's plan.
I think that
it was basically, as Moses was God's prophet, unto to the people of the Mediterranean. Joseph Smith was a prophet unto people of European descent, specific, but also everyone else, also the whole world. But very specifically, he was the first European prophet of that stature.
Yeah, I guess you could say that, but I mean
to remove the cultural element from Mormonism, it would be a terrible sin, a terrible cultural bastardization as well. Yes, I mean it would be to defile the faith.
I don't know if I would go so far to say that.
That's not to say that people who are not white cannot create their own forms of it. Hispanic Mormonism is actually more alive than white Mormonism at this point, and that's a problem for us.
I don't know if I would say that's a problem. I mean, I have no issue with people coming, being a part of a similar, being a part of my faith and, being a part of a similar culture. I don't understand why.
That's a good thing. The problem is that we as a race are this isn't some Nazi stuff. This is that we as a race are actually dying out. Like we're not.
Europeans aren't gonna. They won't. This country, sure, it's not. It's.
And I think that's not already.
We're seeing. America is not gonna be if it isn't already.
America.
It's not gonna be a white majority country.
So what country will? What country will? Because there's countries that will be majority other countries. Like this is
I personally don't concern myself with this. I concern myself with living. I want to live in a society where righteousness and merit are rewarded. That's all I care about.
That's all great, but you need white people to do that, and Joseph Smith knew that, and in fact made a prophecy about it. And in fact, the reason for polygamy is all cut up in race. So the foundation of this entire faith that you were born into has a very real racial element. And I know the church, as it is now as a corporation, is trying to whitewash that out, but it's not going to work. And they don't even call it the Mormon Church anymore. Every element of the heritage, which you should care about more than me because it's your heritage. I'm a Welshman. My heritage is getting drunken fucking sheep, unfortunately. But if you give a damn about your heritage, then you really should be aware that the LDS corporation is not always about Mormon culture. I'm just telling you the truth as it is here. The fact is, Joseph Smith was right about polygamy, and the reason he was right about polygamy were for purely racial reasons. Yes, we should be able to have families with other races. I'm not preaching any sort of supremacist shit like that. Let me understand, I'm preaching the end to racial strife, not the propagation of it. Because why does the white man fight the black man? He does so because of the woman. Because if a white person, now hold on, hear me out. If a white person and a black person have a child, it will inevitably be a black person, which is a threat to the white man's race until he can have multiple wives. At that point, he doesn't need to give a damn who the black person is having sex with because he can create as many white people as he wants. And if he also wants to fall in love with someone of another color, that's not really a threat to his race anymore. So he can create a black version of himself and an Asian version of himself and a Indian version, so for whatever. And Joseph Smith and early Mormons in general knew this. The only way the white race can survive is polygamy. Otherwise, we as a race go.
I've never heard this before. I think that there was definitely a component of.
Do you want evidence of this? Do you want evidence of this? I have a lot of evidence of this, and if you want to look at the other Mormon groups, you'll see living evidence of this. They still live this way. So here's the truth of the matter is Warren Jeffs may have been a pedophile and he may have led his people to live like a bunch of Amish freaks. But the fact of the matter is he was right about one thing. And that's that if we do not practice polygamy, white people will cease to exist in about 500 years.
I don't think that polygamy is necessary to save the white race. But I do think that, maybe people should have more families. Yeah, more people should be having families. But I don't know if I would say polygamy is necessary.
I'll explain why. Right? God was and I've said this before in this very stream. God is a brilliant artist, created many different types of birds, all of which have different mating patterns. He also created many different types of people, all of which have different.
Yeah, but Shaggy, we didn't evolve from birds, right? So it's a false equivalency.
We evolved from snow. It was the snow that made us different than other races. It was cold environments that made us white. Even it was the heat of Africa that made him black. And whereas in Africa, whereas every man must be able to like survive for himself, in Europe in the north, where the winter was the biggest threat, people needed large clan structures and groups, and you had to have as many kids as possible. In Africa, that meant more mouths to feed. That meant like more mouths to feed was not a good thing. You were going to die. They had very different, diametrically opposed survival needs. So they evolved in diametrically opposed in different ways. It's not to say one is superior to the other, unless you're judging them by environments, and then that's all up to which environment. But it does mean that they have very different racial and, yes, sexual needs. The white man needs multiple wives in order to propagate a healthy, happy white society. Jewish people, tracing their lineage maternally, do not need this. They can do with or without polygamy. And for blacks, they actually naturally fall into matrilineal systems.
I still don't understand why you think that polygamy is necessary. I just think that people should have.
All right, let me state this again, right? In a society where everyone can only have one wife, and a white man falls in love with a black woman, or a white woman falls in love with a black man, the child is black.
Most people aren't doing that. That's like there's like some people that do that, but like it's not like.
All right, here's the problem, right? That child.
Most people
eventually
kind of self-segregate. I don't understand why you're making. This is like
Maybe you just don't race mix, Shaggy, if you don't want to have mixed race children. You ever think of that, buddy?
California is not representative of everywhere else.
No, but it could.
Come to the Midwest. Come to the Midwest, and you'll probably drop all the weird racial stuff you're talking about. You'll be like, oh, and white people just live their lives here.
If anything was going to make me against that shit, it would be living in San Francisco. All right? No, trust me, I know what I'm talking about here. Like, the fact of the matter is that we are, like, science does apply. It's not just some bullshit the left's made up, although they do co-opt it.
I'm not saying anything that's non-scientific. I don't even know.
I'm not saying any sort of weird supremacist thing. I'm just arguing that Joseph Smith was right about polygamy for the reasons he claimed polygamy was necessary. These are the reasons he claimed it was necessary, because European white people are naturally a polygamous race, like Muslims.
I have to research European history, but I don't know if that's played out a ton in
all you gotta
history.
All you gotta research is what Joseph Smith wrote about polygamy. Just research what he wrote to his actual friends, the people he was being honest with about it, and he'll explain it. Is that the white race will go extinct if we don't embrace this, and also it's the key to all racial strife. All racial strife will end when the white man adopts polygamy. All racial strife will end when the white man adopts polygamy.
All right, let's look at.
Shaggy, I think what you're describing is that different races of people have different fleshly desires. And as we read in Romans 7, these fleshly, the carnal desires are actually like to achieve the ends of sin. There's an ongoing struggle between the spirit and the flesh. The spirit of the flesh, if we follow that, we will bring about the fruits of death and sin. But if we follow the spirit, we'll bring about the fruits of God. And I think this idea that different races have different desires of the flesh, and we should pursue this. I think this is an argument that, for sin,
yes,
right?
Let's chase after our carnal desires. It's at full speed. I'm having a hard. You're not really selling me on that, Shaggy.
That's all right. I'm not here to sell you guys on anything. I'm just explaining my own position.
Huh?
I'm not here as a salesman. Otherwise, I'd try to be more persuasive.
Well, I'm here as a salesman.
Jesus had 3 wives, and we need polygamy to save the white race. Those wouldn't be my openings if I was trying to sell you anything.
Well, Tux might be able to give a good perspective on this. Does Mormonism teach that Jesus had 3 wives?
That I know of. I mean, there are a lot of people that have like they think that Christ might have married maybe, but like it's not like official church doctrine, but
Yeah, no, the current
it is taught that marriage is generally beneficial for receiving the fullest blessings. But I don't know if I would say that. I don't know if that's like official.
I'll direct you both to this shit, okay? This is Brigham Young stuff, okay? A lot of what I teach, or preach, rather, is what Brigham Young and Joseph Smith actually taught, which is not what is being taught in the Latter-day Saints Church today, and I really keep these beliefs sort of...
It actually sounds rather Talmudic to me, Shaggy, if you think about it. Like, the Talmud is actually... Yes, sorry, go ahead, Tux.
I was just gonna say I would appreciate, like, I would love to if you have references from like the Joseph Smith papers or like any of the thing. I would love to see like receipts on this because I'm very curious where your viewpoint comes from. I would really like to know.
Here's another one, Tux. Here's another one. Here's another belief of Shaggy that I'd like you to confirm and deny if this really comes from Mormonism. Shaggy says that God's wife is Astaroth on planet Kolab.
I can't really speak on that because
I can prove that.
I haven't been endowed, so I can't neither confirm nor deny that.
We're not supposed to talk about that shit, right? Fuck. No, you can look that up. Just Google.
Well,
I'll just wait till I go to the temple.
I read in the first book of Samuel how Astaroth is like a Philistine god that the Hebrews at the time are worshiping and they're condemned for and get conquered by the Philistines or something or other for worshiping Astaroth. Then they put away worshiping the false god Astaroth.
I'm linking you the fucking evidence on Discord. Okay. Hold on. I'm linking you.
I do believe that there's a Heavenly Mother that's not really talked about much because, out of respect for her, but like I don't know about as far as like a name or any of this, I don't know.
Yeah, I'll explain that in a minute. I'm just trying to link something to Surfer, and then I'll explain why I believe that the name is Astaroth.
Send it to the group chat so that I can see it too.
You mean the Bible study stream, that one?
Well, the thing we're gonna call the chat below the call.
I'm not gonna navigate this for.
Oh, okay.
It's confusing.
Or you could post it in the server, the Bible study server.
I'm gonna post it in a bunch of fucking places. Drunken Surfer, this one. I think this is the right. Yep, this is the right one. Here it is. So there's some information on that, the Heavenly Mother, but the reason her name is. I figured out that her name is Astaroth, aside from the fact that Joseph Smith said it, but I didn't find that until later, is the fact that we worship a god who is known as Elohim. And in the ancient Canaanite pantheon, the chief god was Elohim, his wife's name, Astaroth, or Astaroth. If we worship El Elohim, then naturally our Heavenly Mother would be the wife of El Elohim from the ancient Canaanite pantheon, Astaroth.
But this is what I mean, Shaggy. Like, every time the Israelites turned and worshipped, like, foreign gods, the pagan gods of, like, the Canaanites and things like that, they were smited. So what you're doing now is you're taking a pagan pantheon from Canaan. The Israelites were told to genocide for their wickedness. You're taking their pagan gods, and you're saying this is the gods that we worship. And then you're gonna tell me this is Christianity on the same note.
Well, Christ is the leader of that pantheon. Christ is the chief deity of that pantheon.
You're saying that Christ is the chief deity of the Canaanite pantheon? Is what you're telling me now?
How do you even spell that name? That name that you mentioned. I don't see that name mentioned on the page, but I do see I do see things on this page that are very similar to what I would say, I believe there's a Heavenly Mother, but it's not really taught.
Yeah, no, it's not taught. Okay, all right, so the most information about the Heavenly Mother comes from a really beautiful poem Joseph Smith wrote, where he says something along the lines of, If I have a father in heaven, don't I have a mother too? And you can find that poem somewhere on LDS.org, wherever they talk about Heavenly Mother. Eventually that poem will show up. And I believe in the unedited version of that poem, which you will not find, he refers to her as Astaroth.
I would have to see that the receipts.
You can find the unedited version of that poem if you're willing to dig into a bunch of anti-Mormon sites who think that information makes us look like Satanists.
Well, Tux, you can read in chapter 7 of the first book of Samuel, and this is right after so the Philistines have captured the ark. And the Philistines get smote by the Emerods for putting the Ark of the Covenant in the the house of their god Dagon or whatever. And the Israelites turn back to God, and they get the Ark back, right? And it says specifically, then the children of Israel did put away Balaam and Astaroth and served the Lord only. So
well, there's a
when they turned from God, they were worshiping Balaam and Astaroth.
Yeah, there's a problem there. First, we do not worship Astaroth. We honor her in the same way Christians honor the Bible. But we do.
I really want to know where you got this info from, because that stuff on those sites. I mean,
I'll tell
how do you know that is from actual unedited? I don't know.
Look, you're gonna hate this about me. I don't go around keeping receipts for all the shit I buy, and I don't go around keeping receipts for all the shit I know. But, the fact of the matter is, if I could find this shit, it's not deep in the internet to find out the Heavenly Mother is openly called Astaroth. And it's taught in the temple as well, if you get there. I'm not supposed to tell you that. Yeah, no, well,
maybe that's why you haven't gotten your temple endowments yet, Shaggy, because you're telling me.
I have. I'm just waiting for them to actually fucking arrive in the mail because of California COVID rules. So, anyway... the point of the matter is, the ancient Canaanite gods play a big role in the temple, but none of them are worshipped. We only worship Christ. But that's not to say that these beings don't have a role to play. And yes, worshiping will piss them off, but not for the reason you think. God gets pissed when you worship Astaroth for the same reason any dude would get pissed if he went outside his house and found a bunch of dudes on his lawn worshiping the dude's wife. If a bunch of dudes wanted to worship your wife, would you be okay with that? No. We worship a male god who does not want a bunch of guys staring at his wife. And when Astaroth was worshipped, they worshipped her as a god of whores and kept painting her and depicting her naked, doing all sorts of sexual stuff. Because the Heavenly Mother is literally the epitome of female beauty. So when mortal men see it, they get all sorts of impure thoughts and then put that into artwork and worship that. So no, we're not supposed to worship Astaroth, because when men worship Astaroth, they start depicting her sexually. And yeah, that's a really good way to make God very, very angry.
Well, the reality is, Shaggy, that the pagan gods were worshipped by the pagans to help comprehend the forces of nature that the one true God created as part of his creation, and they're not actually like the different pantheons of pagan gods didn't actually exist. They were the figment of man's imagination to help describe the forces that we can now understand with science.
Aliens from Kolab. Sometimes it was aliens from Kolab.
There's the face palm again from Tux.
Sometimes it was aliens from Kolab. Yeah. And they used ships made of light to travel. That's what the Star of Bethlehem was. It was a spaceship made of pure light.
What's your take on that, Tux?
I have no idea. Again, I really don't want to speak on the stuff about that I haven't learned yet from the endowment ceremony. I don't have any and also I don't know.
Well, actually, guys, Ghost to Nicola wants to call in, but I did want to address
that guy's a retard. I don't want to deal with.
Well,
him.
if he's a retard, I'll kick him, Shaggy. Don't worry about it. I'll rule with an iron fist.
Tell him to stop bothering Bubbles again.
Yeah, that's what we'll tell him.
Oh, I have a question unrelated to all this. You're the one who's created that Gunt 64 game, correct?
Yes, I am.
Yes, I'm very much looking to play that myself, being that, I can remember on Christmas when I got my first N64 and Mario, and it's going to be a lot of fun playing as the real-life version of Wario. I was just wondering, are you going to do the Boo level, the ghost level? And what do you think would be,
So some of the levels I'm going to make completely custom. So I think the Boo level I think is going to be the Andy Stay Back.
Ronnie
level.
Ralph! What about Ronnie Ralph, the ghost of Ronnie Ralph? Like his abusive childhood home, it could be like retooled into like his nightmare of being at home.
Is that his dad's name?
Yeah.
I definitely will have. There's so much lore. I mean, it's really just I'll have to like.
I am a lore master of gun lore. I know all the lore of the gun.
There's a lot of stuff that I need to. I don't know. It's gonna be. I don't know what's gonna be in there and what's gonna get cut because I'm still like working on it. So right now I'm still working. I've been spending like a week doing homework. So I've been taking. But I'm working on the. Right now I'm just working on the Trash Burger level still. I'll finish it soon.
That is just a gift to the community, dude. That's brilliant, man.
No, it is key. That
is fucking brilliant.
I wanted to address though, back on topic. I wanted to address the Heavenly Mother things. I think like the conception of Kolab as opposed to heaven. I think the human mind wants us to conceptualize things like heaven and hell as things we understand. And I think it's I don't think heaven is something we can truly comprehend, but if we think about it as like a planet or somewhere we can go and think about it as what we observe physically, it's sort of I don't know, it's maybe more comforting or something. And I think with this whole Heavenly Mother idea, we're trying to ascribe like the relationship between man and woman on earth to God, where I think realistically the church is basically the wife of God, and the church nurtures those who are brought unto God. And there doesn't need to be a Heavenly Mother, right?
The science of it is this. Astaroth is probably a very influential woman on planet Kolab, who has some role within the church there.
Oh, she does the housekeeping, Shaggy, I'm sure.
They are confused for gods by mortals, and that's paganism, and that's probably another reason we're not supposed to worship Astaroth.
Yeah, but that's just my 2 cents on that.
I think that I can understand why you would think that that this is it might be like men trying to make it like something they can understand. But I do personally hold that very strongly that I think that we are literal spirit children of a Heavenly Father, and
I think we're clones.
That's. I don't know where.
I think we're clones. No, Shaggy.
There is a Heavenly Mother, but that's where.
No, I think you're right, Tux, in the sense that we are children of God, but I don't think God needed, like God could create us out of nothing. For us to reproduce more humans, we do need a man and a woman, but God didn't need another entity to create us, right? God could just create us out of nothing.
I mean, I'm sure he could, but I just don't think that's what he did. That's all. Yeah, of course, because he's God. Like, he could. I just don't think that's what he did.
Well, I have to bring Ghost Niccolo in before it gets too late. So we'll agree to disagree on that one. There's just different conceptions of that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But here's Ghost Niccolo.
You stay out of trouble, Niccolo?
Here, hold on. It's still ringing.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's lovely.
Maybe we missed him. I don't know. I messaged him 10 minutes ago and said I'd bring him in here shortly.
How dare he? I'm the holiest man on this side of the internet.
You might have already passed out.
Well, I just messaged him 10 minutes ago. He said, yeah, buddy.
He was just gonna call us all faggots and then bail anyway. It's not like he had anything.
Oh, look at that.
Oh no, here he is.